Where do Christians suffer the worst persecution in the world? China, Iran, Somalia? International Christian Concern has just unveiled its 2021 report on the top persecutors of the year. ICC lists 3 top persecutors this year: the worst country, worst group of persecutors, and the worst individual persecuting Christians. Well, joining us to discuss this year's list and to explain about what's happening around the world is ICC President Jeff King. Jeff, it's good to talk with you again. So let's get right into it. The worst country persecuting Christians this year. Surprise, it's not North Korea. Which country is it and why?
Well, yeah, Kim Jong-un, North Korea, it's always going to be a top performer, right? But what we looked at was like how many Christians are being killed presently. Is it a problem that's not addressed? We chose Nigeria. It's a surprise for a lot of people. But Gary, in the last 20 years, 100,000 Christians have been killed. 3 million plus Christians have had their lands, farms, homes stolen from them. And the government is part of the problem. So we chose Nigeria.
Well, I know a lot of people say Nigeria, that's just Fulani herdsmen and so forth, but it goes well beyond that. Tell us a little more.
Well, this is the problem. We work in Washington, D.C., and we're working with the government. And so that's the line that comes from the Nigerian government. They want to frame this as a conflict between farmers and herders. It's not a conflict. It's a one-sided war. It's a genocide against Christians. There's Boko Haram also, but the Fulanis have done much more damage. The Fulanis are going in. These are armed groups that go in and shoot up Christian villages and take their land. And what's going on is it's a war that never ends, is never addressed. The Nigerian military never goes after the attackers. There's no arrests, there's no battles, there's nothing. And the reason is that, look, Muslims are in control of the police, the army, and the intel agency. So the whole security apparatus of Nigeria is controlled by the Muslims. And so the fix is in is the phrase. It's like it never gets fixed. It's never addressed. Nothing ever happens.
Okay, Jeff, let's move on then and discuss the worst group persecuting Christians this year. It's not Boko Haram or Al-Shabaab. Who is it? What are they doing?
Well, it's the Taliban. And Gary, look, the Taliban has been, torturing, murdering Christians for years. The problem is that now they are in control of a state, and they have a potent intel security apparatus set up by us, but now they're in control of it. They're calling Christian leaders. We know you. We're watching you. We're going to come get you. They're going door to door. And unfortunately, just this past 2 weeks, they grabbed the first Christian. And what happens is they'll torture him. They'll find out who the other Christians are he knows. And then if he won't turn back to Islam, they'll kill him. And there's going to be a whole bunch of that.
Well, a lot to pray about on that. Now, the worst government leader or person persecuting Christians, it's not Canada's Justin Trudeau for shutting down churches and arresting pastors during the COVID pandemic. So which government leader did you list as the top persecutor targeting Christians, and why?
Well, you already nailed it. It's North Korea and it's Kim Jong-un. So either the country or he are going to show up in the top list. But look, the whole North Korean state exists to serve him and to keep him in power and the Kims in power. So we chose him as the individual doing the worst job against Christians, doing the most persecution against Christians. I think people know it, but look, if a Christian is caught with the Bible, if they're a real Christian, the regime will take 3 generations of one family and stick them in prison for life. And these are prison camps that are designed to slowly kill off people.
And of course, we know that you have to worship the leader there. Juche is their faith, and that's worship of their leadership. I know there are many other countries of concern, especially, let's say, India, where attacks against Christians are on the rise. Tell us what's happening there, Jeff.
Well, India is especially disturbing, Gary, because India has a constitution that guarantees religious freedom. And they have a tremendous track record. But what's happened is you have some hyper-nationalists, some fundamentalist Hindus that have gained control. The Prime Minister Modi, is a radical Hindu. His party, the BJP, these are radical Hindus. They believe quite fervently that India is only for Hindus. And in India and Hinduism are fused, and there's no room for anybody else. And they're doing everything they can to slowly strangle Christianity. You won't hear it from his lips. He's a smart politician. Listen to the BJP leaders, listen to his leaders in the party. You'll hear it quite clearly. They're not shy about it. And
Jeff, I know China and Pakistan, those are always places of concern. And you've been to many of these countries. You've met with many persecuted believers around the world. Which country really is driving you to your knees in prayer right now? Maybe what one should we keep our eyes on?
Well, I pray for Nigeria constantly. We do a lot of work with the victims there. The 3 million plus that have already lost everything. Their homes have been stolen. 70 to 100,000 killed. The government is part of the problem, because just like you said, the government says this is just herders and farmers. It's a conflict. It's nothing but, and they are complicit in the attacks on Christians. Okay, I know that you're hoping this report will put more pressure on these governments to affect change. Jeff King, president of International Christian Concern. Thank you, Jeff, for sharing your time and insights. We appreciate you and the work you're doing. Love you guys and what you're doing.
For as long as Nigeria continues in the drift that it's been on in the last 6 years at least, since Major General Muhammadu Buhari came to our office, through weeping and wailing and crying and lying. We will continue to make known what's going on with Nigeria globally, and they will not have any sleep until we'll know what sleep is. They will never rest until we know what rest is. Their terrorist activities will continue to go global, and they will be humiliated.
Former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Professor Bolaji Akinyemi, yesterday argued that Nigerians would be disappointed if they were expecting the United States to treat the country the same way it treats Israel. Akinyemi was speaking against the backdrop of a threat by the United States to invoke the Leahy Statute against Nigeria if there are established cases of human rights violations against the military and police, as opposed to its measured silence on alleged cases of similar breaches by the Israeli government. Now, this is my take here. If the case of Nigeria is to be compared with that of Israel, and then you consider the fact that Israel is fighting for her very existence against those that would want to destroy the country and wipe it off the map, it means that internally in Nigeria, Nigerians are faced with a very dangerous system whereby those in government are the enemies of Nigerians. And they are using the instrument of state to kill Nigerians who are demanding for the right leadership, who are demanding for respect for their own lives. So how do you compare the two? Anyway, Bolaji Akinyemi continues. He said this during an interview on The Morning Show, a program monitored on Arise News Channel. This day's broadcast arm. The renowned professor of international affairs stated that the dynamics of the relationship between the United States government and those of Nigeria could not be compared. Some security experts recently described the development as a clear case of double standard, as the United States had said Nigeria risked arms embargo for alleged violation of the laws on armed conflicts in the fight against banditry, terrorism, and other forms of violence in different parts of the Federation. Speaking in an interview with CNN International after a tour of some African nations, including Nigeria recently, the U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken had said that his country would apply the laws against Nigeria if the allegations were found to be credible. However, while being very critical of Nigeria, the United States was said to have vetoed over 50 United Nations Security Council UNSC resolutions critical of Israel since 1972. During the last escalation of violence between Israel and the Palestinians, the U.S. had, according to reports, stuck to same playbook, blocking a joint statement calling for an immediate ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Several resolutions condemning violence against Palestinian protesters and the illegal Israeli settlements in the occupied West Bank were also reportedly thwarted by the U.S. Of course, we also have laws in place. The Leahy Law, for example, that makes sure that if there are units that have committed abuses, we're not going to provide equipment to those units. If there is genuine transparency, accountability, and change that follows from these incidents and these abuses, I think that is very important, not only to our administration, it is also important to the U.S. Congress in making judgments about continuing to assist the security forces, Blinken had explained. But Akinyemi, during the interview, maintained that Nigeria would continue to be disappointed if it expected the same treatment given by the United States to Israel, stressing that the Jewish people in America are a very strong voice to be reckoned with. Again, here is my take. The Jewish people in the United States indeed are a voice to be reckoned with. Are the Nigerians in the United States voice for Nigeria, or they are actually exposing the crimes of the Nigerian government against the people of Nigeria? See the difference? The difference is so clear. The voices that are now coming out, Nigerian voices, are on side with the people of Nigeria, the indigenous people. They are the ones that were protesting in the US, and Nigeria went to recruit foreigners, paid demonstrators to counter the genuine aspirations of Nigerians at the UN. He said, look, you will only break your heart if you expect the United States to treat you the way it treats Israel. This is not hate speech on my part. I know better than to do that. But Jewish voters in the United States are very, very critical to the electoral success, especially in presidential elections. And there is no presidential candidate and no administration that goes out of its way to antagonize Israel or to do anything that may be perceived by the Jewish voters as being inimical to Israeli interests. They have a powerful voice in the media, which they will be prepared to use. I wouldn't mention names, so there will be no ad hominem attacks on my part, but there are powerful voices. There is one of the global media in the United States which work for Jewish interest, public interest organizations. They won't put it out there. But if you go and look at their profile, which would have been removed, so you would think that they are neutral, whereas they are not neutral. Like hawks looking after its chicks, those voices are looking out for Israeli interests. Akiyemi argued that Israel remained one of the few countries in the world that can afford to be rude to America without serious repercussions. Reason why a former Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was rude to former President Barack Obama, who was perceived as not being pro-Israel enough. So there is no basis for you to try to differentiate between American attitude to Nigeria and American attitude towards Israel. That difference is very, very clear, he explained. He said it was a positive move by the Biden administration to remove Nigeria from the list of countries that muffle religious freedom, in line with the new American government's branding of being seen as highly democratic. He stressed that the State Department of the United States had probably found out that the terrorists were killing both Muslims and Christians in the north, reason the country's name was removed from the list of countries of particular concern, CPC. Everybody can see that that churches, mosques, reverend fathers, students in Christian schools, as well as students in Muslim schools, are all being brutalized, he stated, but added that there's not a doubt that there were religious issues in Nigeria. What the department is probably saying is that we share equally the sufferings of the two religious groups that we have, he posited. On pledges made by the United States during the African tour, he said, recall what I said earlier, which is that Americans are first-class speech writers, and you've got to deconstruct what you're talking about for the real meaning of what they are saying. However, he said that Nigeria remained an important voice in Africa, stressing that despite the battery Nigeria's economy has received, the country cannot be ignored. Nigeria is self-destructive. There is no two way about it. Nigeria is a country at war against itself. Current government of Major General Muhammadu Buhari is the #1 enemy of Nigeria, because they are working overtime to set the country on fire, while thinking that they are flexing, that they are fighting to remain relevant. On the recent call by one of the conveners of Bring Back Our Girls, Aisha Yesufu, that Muhammadu Buhari should be chased out of Asha Rock. Here's Tony Nadi's reaction to that call. Buhari is merely one of the most poignant symptoms of the deadly element we must find immediate cure for. It will be a strategic error to expend the scarce energies required to extinguish the source of the deadly element on just one of the many symptoms. That element is the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution. The remedy lies in taking down the instrument itself, not in trying to oust one of the many evils it enables. Aisha Yusuf is one of the champions of Bring Back Our Girls hoax that foisted Buhari on us all in 2015. She still hasn't found the discipline to learn about what the fundamental problems are with the Nigeria Union, but she is prescribing an ignorant solution that does not scratch even the surface of the problem and the energies required to embark on that wild goose chase is the same energies required to drive the final push to and past the finish line of the proper solution. So it's the Constitution of 1999 that we should be going for. Once that is dealt with, every other thing will be looked after.
Listen to Pastor Paul Adefarosi speak on Plan B. And remember that prior to this, he has spoken severally about the Nigerian Constitution being a fraud, being a scam, being a sham. He is now talking about what will happen in the future if a binding referendum do not happen in Nigeria to sort out the constitutional crisis, the constitutional dispute. He started by speaking about Plan B. You having a Plan B, having an escape route, where to go. Enjoy listening and listening to what the comedian has to say about this. Mekoyo.
Now, I want everybody to calm down. Pipe low. Just watch this video first and hear what this Pastor Adefarosi, everything they talk.
So I bring you greetings from Pastor Ifai, who's busy taking care of a frontier of our world and preparing our escape route. If you don't have a Plan B, I know you have faith, but I have faith too, but I have a Plan B. And with technology, I can speak to you from anywhere in the world. Get yourself a Plan B, whether that's an Okada to Cameroon, or a flying boat or speedboat, as we call them, to Seme-Border, or, a hole in the ground, a bunker. Get a Plan B, because these people are crazy. They're nutters, the whole bunch of them. And wait and watch the signs, because it can happen like this. God.
You don't do. He said these people, their head not correct. They be like, now I don't understand the thing. Their head not correct. These people will start fighting anytime. If you want to run. These people, when I talk and say we got opportunity to jackpot, make it jackpot, and they tell me say, if everybody run, who is going to take care of the country? Who is going to fight for this country? I know somebody has to fight for this country, but the truth is this: there are those who are born to fight, and there are those who are born to clap. You understand? But wisdom, they say, is profitable to direct. You know this statement? They say, no place like home. It is sweet for mouth if you dey abroad. Some of the people that are saying, let's stay together and fight for this country, let's stay together and fight for the unity of Nigeria, most of them, they're abroad. They're abroad. If you have opportunity to jackpot, run. Now listen to you. You, they talk, say, we are not going to jackpot. I'm the man sent by God. You are the man sent by God. Fight for the nation. A lot of people want to run. Me personally, not be say I want to run, no. You understand? I'll just discharge more. Not be say I go run. I go just they pray for now. You understand? Because this country, people when they talk there was a country, we not understand what it means. It simply means this country don't end since. You understand? Now the remnant to the living. If you have opportunity to run. No. In Genesis 12:1, if I'm not mistaken, God tells somebody, say, come out for this place. Go where I want to show you. If not Canada, God will show you. Run, go. This country not be. The few people are going to say we have to stay and fight for this country. Then they chop the food. This country, when people they chop the food. Now you know say we are going to, if you have opportunity to run. No, not listen to anybody. You understand? Travel, go abroad. No, I know I go see smart way. Allow Muhammad don't come out and say if anything happens to Nigeria, our professors will be selling toothpick. My question is, even the Nigeria where they are they not worse than people who are selling toothpick in Togo? Yes, now, a nurse who travels from Nigeria and go abroad, we go there, gather enough money, build house, buy car, and take care of family. But a doctor, qualified doctor, surgeon in Nigeria, not fit parent. If you have opportunity to run, no. Because the way this country they go now, so.
Lower Niger Radio is your station for all things about self-determination, nation building, and liberty. With all the challenges and insecurity in our ancestral lands, the survival of our peoples and the political arrangements they decide on is our goal. We discuss solutions. We bring you messages of hope, truth, and trust. So, tune in today. Lower Niger Radio is the voice of liberty for the ethnic nations of the South, South, and Southeast. We are here for the peoples of Anang, Bini, Isan, Efik, Ibibio, Igbo, Ishekiri, Icho, Igede, Kalabari, Obolo, Ogoja, Ogoni, Okrika, Urubo, and all the others. Lower Niger Radio, your voice of liberty.
Lower Niger Radio, your voice of liberty. The voice of the peoples in the Lower Niger Territory. Today, we look into some current affairs. As we all know that Nigeria, as currently constituted, is supposed to be a secular state. But in practice, it is very far away from the reality. The 1999 imposed constitution is a master slave document, and that makes it a monster. And it has become toxic to the indigenous peoples. And the peoples in the Alliance territory are saying that 1999 constitution must be decommissioned. Christians are relegated to the back seat as infidels and slaves. So, we want to roll out some facts that most of the strategic positions and appointments are controlled by the Northern Fulani Muslims. And the examples abound. Number 1. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is a Fulani Northern Muslim. Senate President is a Fulani Northern Muslim. Speaker of the House is a Muslim, but from the South. The Deputy Speaker of the House is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief of Staff is a Fulani Northern Muslim. Secretary to the Government of Federation is a Northern man. The INEC Chairman is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief Justice of Nigeria is a Sharia lawyer, a Fulani Northern Muslim. The President, Court of Appeal, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. EFCC Chairman is a Fulani Northern Muslim. President, Federal High Court, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. National Security Advisor is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief of Army Staff is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief of Air Staff is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief of Staff is a Northern Muslim. The Comptroller General of Customs is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Defense Minister is a Fulani Northern Muslim. Managing Director, Nigerian Ports Authority, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Managing Director, NDIC, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Controller General Immigration, Fulani Northern Muslim. The Controller, Nigerian Correctional Center, Prisons, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Controller, Fire Service, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Director General, NYSC, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. In addition to the above, the highest looters are found in the north, mostly Fulani Muslims. The richest in Africa, Aliko Dangote, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. 85% of petroleum marketers is a Northern Muslim, maybe dominated by the Fulanis. 80% of oil block owners are Fulani Northern Muslims. 99% of Almajiris are in the north, mostly the Fulanis. Highest rate of girl-child marriage are in the north and practiced mostly by the Fulani Muslims. The fourth world most deadliest terror group is the Fulani herdsmen, Fulani jihadists in the north. Boko Haram is a terrorist group controlled by the Fulani northern Muslim. They are killing Christians and moderate Muslims in the north. Fulani herdsmen and Fulani militia are terrorizing farmers and Christians, mainly in the north and in the Middle Belt and South. 90% of Nigeria's past presidents and heads of states are Fulani Northern Muslim. Nigerian membership of OIC was arranged by the Fulani Northern Muslim. The poorest states and the educationally backward areas are in the north, controlled by Fulani Northern Muslim. Fulani are culturally nomads. 2023 general elections is another game they plan to play against the South and Middle Belt regions of Nigeria, otherwise known as NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. They urge you to obtain PVC plastic cards while they hold all the money and AK-47 and AK-49 to control your lives, assets, and sovereignties once you vote them in. So, why should you allow yourselves in the South and Middle Belt regions to keep empowering the Fulani Caliphate domination by participating in the general elections that renew the life of the same Caliphate imposed 1999 fraudulent constitution? This is a big problem that needs an urgent solution. So, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, has offered a legitimate non-violent strategy, and it is a movement of the owners of the land. You in the Middle Belt, you in the Southwest, and you in the Lower Niger territories are urged to join NINA's movement today and exercise your inalienable right to self-determination. Power belongs to the people. Power belongs to the people. Join the movement today and say no to 2023 general election. Say no to 2023 general elections. For more information, visit the websites www.ninasvoice.org and www.lowernigercongress.org. Thank you for listening, and tune in always and listen to Lower Niger Radio, your voice of liberation from enslavement. Apparently, it is your voice of liberty.
Nigeria, jaga, jaga. Everything's scatter. Come on, they suffer. Bossa, gunshot in the air.
I beg, which kind abomination be this one? Where common manager for company go carry the owner, tie am with rope, throw am inside prison, and take over in business. Where you don't see this kind of abomination before? Hey, only for Niger. True. It don't dey show back and say Nigeria know they rule in people well. The country know they benefit anybody. Now you make Nigeria they crawl for belly like snail. They follow other small country them for back. Now you make they call call us the capital of poverty in the world. Chai! Shame on Nigeria. I beg. Enough is enough. Because of this reason, the indigenous ethnic nationalities of Middle Belt and the South, under the umbrella of the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, they don't join together on 16 December 2020 to declare a constitutional force majeure, CFM, over a sovereignty quarrel, where then they ask only two questions. One, which time we take submit ourselves, our land, our assets, even our natural treasure into the force by force Nigeria Union? Hey, which time self we follow make for ourselves the year 1999 Nigeria Constitution? All na lie, all na story, na daylight robbery be this yo. But we get work to do for inside all this matter. Oh yeah, this one na must to make we join hand sharp now with the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS. Now then won't tear down that fraudulent lie 1999 Constitution so that we can forward march and start a new beginning for everybody. I beg, make we join together to sign that petition where we title End Apartheid Nigeria by restoring the self-determination rights of ethnic nationalities. It is for all media platform of Daughters of Truth, BVI Channel 1, Heritage TV UK, and www.freedomfromnigeria.com. If you sign this petition, say you don't follow more than 20 million signature them where we collect for take show the United Nations. Remember, say now only us fit free ourselves from the oppression, repression, marginalization, and subjugation which the Nigerian country don't carry jamming own people for head. Now the Voice of Liberty International bring on this story.
Hello.
And Mrs. Carol Smith, welcome to the program.
Thank you. May I say how delighted we are to be on Passion. We've looked forward to speaking to an African television station for decades. This is something we have looked forward to for such a long time, and we are so happy to be here.
Thank you. Mr. Aaron Smith was a young, bright, and principled Oxford University graduate who was recruited by the Colonial Office and posted to Nigeria. He took his final examination a year ahead of his class. He also married Mrs. Carol Smith, whom he met while they were both at Oxford University. Together, they went to Nigeria, where they had their two children. Mr. Aaron Smith, you were featured in a program recently by BBC Radio 4, titled Document, and that was hosted by Mr. Mike Thompson. You are alleged that the British government rigged the first and most important election in the history of Nigeria in 1959 in favor of the North. Am I correct?
Yes.
How long were you in Nigeria for?
From 1955 to 1960. And we were based in Lagos. I was on the staff of the Department of Labour. I was largely occupied with employment problems, all the employment exchanges, and statistics and international reports, and was kept pretty busy. I was also stationed in Lagos in charge of the capital and the port. I was the port labour officer as well. And I also devised a port labour scheme and later a social security scheme, which was one of the first in Africa, which guaranteed workers some income after they'd finished work. It was a providence scheme. As I say, it was called the National Providence Scheme. And I was very proud to have put that on the statute book.
I was going to ask you what your role is. You've mentioned three important. Is there any particular name given to your office while you were there?
Just labour officer. I was a labour officer, a senior civil servant.
Okay.
I only intended to stay in Lagos initially for 2 tours of duty. Although because of this conflict with the elections, there were difficulties. Actually, government wouldn't let me leave the civil service. They were determined that I should stay in the civil service after my 2 tours. And I was offered very considerable incentives, including a knighthood. to stay and work for government. Primarily, this was because I had access to state secrets. I learned, and the Governor General himself confirmed this to me, that the elections were rigged, contrived. The intention was that the North should rule Nigeria. Even in '56, the Northern leaders were very proud and were saying, if they couldn't run Nigeria, never mind elections, they might not join Nigeria, they might leave. And we all thought, well, how would they survive? There were no industries, there's not a great deal of agriculture, some groundnuts in the north. This wasn't very practical at all. And then it was, the Governor General seemed to be thinking that the North couldn't, even if it won an election, rule Nigeria by itself. The South wouldn't stand for that. So there had to be a partner, either the Igbos in the east or the Yoruba in the west, to team up with the North. What he didn't want was for the two southern parties, the Igbo and the Yoruba, to team up to form the government, because he believed the North wouldn't tolerate that and talked about leaving the federation. So as I learned, in a small way at first, but very rapidly I learned about the election fixing. And as I say, this was confirmed to me by the Governor General. He actually said that he wanted me to know the truth because he wanted me to know how much trouble I was in.
You mentioned statistics, you were collecting figures. Yes. Is that for labor and unemployed people only, or general?
Primarily, but obviously my interest was in the population
of generally. Nigeria.
Yes. And Awolowo, the Yoruba leader of the action group, yep, and Chief Enaharo, they too, other people were saying, where are all these millions of people in the north? Where are they? We're going up there to campaign. We want to know, you know. And you see all these, you know, thousands of miles of not very developed countryside, and yet the northerners are claiming that their voting registration figures are larger than in the south, you know, larger, far more people up there. Well, actually, if you went through the Igbo land, you know, Enugu and that, you saw lots and lots of people. If you went to Ibadan, again, Ibadan teeming, you know, with millions of people. But we didn't actually see many northerners, and obviously not many northerners at that time came to Lagos. So this did arouse suspicion. Now, the Europeans, you know, not stupid, we are watching what's going on in Nigeria. And we too are beginning to feel there's something not quite right here, that maybe the elections are not going to be as straightforward as they're meant to be. Nigeria was being described as the showcase of democracy. And it was expected that the nationalist leaders would win through. But actually, when the election results were announced by the Governor General, before the vote was even in, didn't count for that. He didn't wait for that. I have to tell you, the British were counting the votes. And the British cannot be trusted. They look after their friends. Loyalty is the big thing for the British. And we were friends with the emirs of the north. We looked on people like Enaharo and Awolowo as rather dangerous people. They might even be communists. That's ridiculous, actually. They couldn't be communists in 1,000 years. But this was a sort of thing that was being said. And we were, Europeans, were getting a bit worried about all this. It wasn't quite the honest, straightforward election that we were hoping for.
Apart from Professor Anderson and Dr. Patrick Wilmot that supported your submission on the rigged election, there were other people who also served in the colonial office in your days. I mean, who opposed to this submission?
Initially, I was warned of what was going on by my senior officer, a Major Bunker. I didn't know. And I knew that the Governor General had directed me to take all the office staff of the Ministry of Labour to help Chief Okoti Igbo in politicking in Warri. And this was most irregular, and I refused to do this. Having refused an order, I know what the drill is. You resign. I resign my post. That is the proper thing to do. What they did then was rather devious. They persuaded me to withdraw my resignation, and when I did, they sacked me. It didn't go through, but I thought this was a bit low after I'd resigned and was prepared to leave the country. This was not very nice behavior. They later withdrew this and said that I had been of some service to the state and actually commended me for what I had done and said I could leave Nigeria with splendid testimonials, and we shook hands on this. And this was done with the recognition of the Deputy Governor General, Sir Ralph Grey. And then I left Nigeria the first time and took up a job as a personnel officer, a very big job with the Esso refinery. And then government came after me, declared that I was a traitor and I had betrayed the British people, ought to be imprisoned. And I lost that job. And then they came to me again and said, it's all been a big mistake, dreadful mistake. I'm a jolly decent chap, Oxford chap. And they put me on a plane straight back to Nigeria, where I'd make up for the time I'd been away. There was a great deal of good work for me to do. And we fell for this. We shouldn't have gone back, but we did.
Now, if you recall what you said about the role of the Governor General and the attitude of the British government in particular, regarding the fear that Awolowo, Okoti Igbo, and the lot of them from the south are dangerous. Is there a particular reason? Why the fear from the British government? Is it that they don't want to release or relinquish Nigeria? They still want to control Nigeria?
They knew that the North would do as they said after independence. If it had any, the North would just, because it was their habit, they liked the British, whereas the nationalists were an unknown factor. Actually, when they took the flag down and hoisted the Nigerian flag, not one of the major nationalist politicians was there. They weren't even on the platform. This was incredible. These were the people who had sought independence. The people in the North didn't want independence. They didn't want the British to leave. So this was a farce. And for most Europeans who were very close and watching this, we were disgusted. We thought this really had been manipulated, this election. It was unworthy. It was unworthy of the British people, this. This was no honest, straightforward thing that you would expect Britain, the mother of parliaments, to do. This was cheap and low and criminal. And I opposed it. And I opposed it then, and I've opposed it ever since. And I'm telling you the truth. And I was warned, if I told you this state secret, my life could be forfeit.
Earlier on, you said the British government wanted the North in alliance with either of the southern region, either with the Yorubas or with the Igbos.
But
without which they cannot
they can't do it
rule the country.
The problem was that Awolowo was a highly principled man.
Okay.
You didn't talk to Awolowo about squalid deals and fixing things. Awolowo was not that kind of person. If you read his books, this man was a world statesman. And his young lieutenant, Chief Enaharo, was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. However, they did do a deal with Zik, Dr. Azikiwe,
okay,
from the East. Dr. Azikiwe, there was this big problem in Nigeria. It's the same big problem in America and in Britain. How do you get funds to fight elections? The candidates in Nigeria had no money, but they did have marketing boards, which were a kind of semi-nationalized industry. And they borrowed money from the marketing boards. But there was a suspicion that Dr. Azikiwe, who has formed his own bank, the African Continental Bank, was actually bankrupt. But he was borrowing very large sums of money from the marketing boards and not necessarily repaying the loans. We knew this. We had a great secret service. All the politicians' phones were tapped. All the politicians' mail was opened. Everything that any major politician did in Nigeria, we knew in hours. We watched. We knew all that was going on.
Are you saying, in essence, that Dr. Azikiwe took money?
He was blackmailed by the British to do our bidding. We told Dr. Azikiwe that he could go to prison if an inquiry was carried out into his bank and his financial circumstances. However, we would not want to be vindictive if Dr. Azikiwe was cooperative in helping forward the plans that we had made in the best interests of Nigeria. Dr. Azikiwe has nothing in common with the northern politicians. He loathed the northern politicians. But Dr. Azikiwe went north, did as he was told, and what he was promised was this. The real power, effective power, would be in the hands of the northern emirs. However, it would look great if the president was Dr. Azikiwe and he was given a field marshal's uniform and an admiral's uniform. He asked, please, could he have a row of medals? But they said, well, no, that was a bit difficult, to get the medals. So when the ambassadors started arriving, he was known to be asking people from foreign countries, perhaps they had a medal for his uniform. We thought this was terrible, but it was said that this happened. He was very vain. And for a time, he functioned as first the Governor General, and then when Nigeria became a republic, as the president. But he had no power. And when he did try to tell the army, he said, I'm the field marshal, the army has got to do with this. They said, hey, you're just a ceremonial figure. You have no power. The Prime Minister, Balewa, gives us our orders. So there was a feeling then that there was going to be trouble. And then it was because the Awolowo and the Action Group had become the official opposition. What we British wondered, how could they win?
And ramifications. Now, Nigeria is a member nation. All non-Muslim religions, such religions shall include Christianity. The word Christianity in the communique was underlined. To ensure only Muslims are elected to all political posts of member nations, to ensure the appointment of only Muslims into strategic national and international posts of member nations, to ensure the ultimate replacement of all Western forms of legal and judicial systems with the Sharia, then to make sure that this strategy works, because it's going to require money. Babangida, as the first appointed president of Nigeria, put his hand into the treasury of Nigeria, took $21 billion out and gave it to OIC, to the Islamic Development Fund of OIC, and said, take this money for the total, I'm quoting, for the total Islamization of Nigeria in particular and Africa in general. Babangida paid $21 billion of our money to turn Nigeria into an Islamic nation. And they have started Boko Haram, don't look at it as something that is isolated to the northeast. It is meant to cover the entire nation until Christianity is eradicated in all its forms and ramifications. Now, this was not mentioned in the introduction because I don't think that is something that I want to talk about, but I just have to mention it. So God told us to go to Turkey and learn certain things. September last year, God spoke that if care is not taken, in 30 to 40 years, Nigeria will be like Turkey. And God told him, go and learn what happened to Turkey. Now, Turkey used to be 100% Christian. Today, Turkey is 96.04% Islam. Christianity in Turkey is 0.21%. And God is speaking that if you don't take care, Nigeria will end up like Turkey. Christianity was in Turkey for 1,123 years. Islam uprooted it. Christianity in Nigeria is 172 years old. If we take the starting date from 1842, when Methodist Reverend Freeman arrived in Badagry, you will remember that the Catholics came first in the 13th century. They did some church planting around Warri and Benin Kingdom. They left in 1622. Then the Methodists came back in 1842, about 200 years after that. Now, it is that coming of the Methodists that has now developed to what we have as Christianity today. So effectively, Christianity in Nigeria is 172 years old. Now the point is this: if Islam cannot prove the one that had been planted for 1,123 years in Constantinople, tell me, they can't uproot the one that is just 172 years old. As a matter of fact, the spiritual foundation of Turkey, Nigeria does not come near it. Because the 7 churches that Jesus Christ wrote letters to, in Revelations 2 and 3, all those 7 churches were located in Turkey. All those 7 churches. Apostle Paul, the champion of the church, was a citizen of Turkey. The Macedonia vision that Paul saw, come over to Macedonia and help us, Paul received it in Turkey. Turkey had solid Christian foundations. Islam uprooted everything. So if the Nigerian church is deceiving itself, hey, there is fire on the roof. Oh. We go to the north. It's not that I'm living in Lagos, somebody is bringing information. I go there. To Maiduguri, to Kaduna, to Kano. I go to meet the Christians who are being persecuted. And I must protest that the church in the south is a selfish and a wicked group of believers because you abandoned the Christians in the north. Look, God is the God of justice and God is the God of judgment. Let's not provoke him to repay us with our wickedness. Because if God looks at what the Christians in the south have done to the Christians in the north, he will fold his hand and allow Boko Haram to deal with us. We have to go to US. We have to go to Canada, to Poland, to Australia, to New Zealand, to raise Christians that will help and support Christians in the north. Nigerian church is not lifting a finger. It's not that you don't have money. The Nigerian church has money, but they help nobody. They only take and take and take. They don't give jack. I have to skip some things. The sin of irresponsibility. When God spoke, he said the Nigerian church is guilty of the sin of irresponsibility. So the church in Laodicea, God says, you are blind, you are wretched, you are naked. So the church in Sardis, God says, you have a name that you live, but you are dead. So the Nigerian church, God says, you are irresponsible. What Yoruba is called Oniranu. We have been given so much, we have delivered so little. We only think about ourselves. We are consumed with our comfort.
Don't touch the dial. You want to listen to those fake people, they don't come again, they want to deceive you. brother, stay tuned. This is Lower Niger Radio, and this is your favorite presenter, Ronaldo Baidu is my name. I'm watching your back. Love you.
The U.S. Center for Security Policy declares that Nigeria under Buhari is in SLS situation and recommends immediate intervention before it explodes. The speaker in the following article is Frank Gaffney, introducing the segment of coordinated press conferences in Nigeria at the National Press Club, Washington, D.C. on January 17, 2019, with the theme Nigeria at Breaking Point, where Tony Nadi of the LNC made a lead presentation. Below in the comment section is also a clip from Tony Nadi's presentation. Enjoy listening.
Again, the purpose of this event is to try to make sure that the Congress of the United States, the administration, this country, our friends and allies around the world, and not least, of course, people of goodwill in this country and elsewhere, are on notice that Nigeria is at risk of disastrous collapse, that the forces that we've just been talking about are in the process of taking down a country that is the most populous in Africa, with horrific implications, not just for the immediate vicinity, the Lake Chad region as it's known, but for that continent and almost certainly others beyond. Congressman Wolf mentioned Bono, talking about a catastrophe that would make what has happened to Europe in the past few years, as a relatively small number of people migrated there with unbelievably chaotic consequences, look like a day at the beach by comparison. We're on notice. And the question is, do we have to wait until this horror is upon us before something is done about it? Or do we take steps now to try to prevent that? And I don't think any of us is saying that this is a panacea, but the appointment of the appropriate individual with the requisite authority. I just wanted to underscore what Congressman Wolf said about having the President of the United States essentially personally empowering Senator Danforth to lead the effort on behalf of our country to alleviate that situation. That has to be done again, and it has to be an empowering of a person with the stature and the capabilities needed to do two really vital things. One is to pull together the government agencies that have responsibility for pieces of a problem like Nigeria. The Defense Department, as well as, of course, the State Department, USAID, the UN mission of the United States, the National Security Council, and others, to come together with a common, appropriate, and much needed policy approach. And then secondly, at least as importantly, to be able authoritatively to represent what that approach is to the government of Nigeria. So they know who they're dealing with. They know that this is in fact the policy, and they can't go, looking for people who will provide some sort of alternative that might not require as much of them. So it's those two vitally important things that have to be done. And on behalf of, again, the Save the Persecuted Christians Coalition and team, I just want to say, I think this is a moment of truth, a moment when we will find a difference being made by an administration that is about making a difference on behalf of religious freedom, and those who are being denied it around the world. And let me just take a moment to say, as bad as this situation is, it is just one of the areas in the world in which particularly Christians are suffering. By some estimates, it's as small a number as 215 million Christians being brutally persecuted. By others, it's as high as 500,000. Excuse me, 500 million. This is on our watch. It is unconscionable. It must be challenged, contested, and if possible, stopped. And that's what this coalition is about. And I pray that we will be able, with the help of people like Congressman Estes and Congressman Wolf and the Archbishop and our coalition and countless others, to see this problem sorted by the appointment at the earliest possible moment, preferably by the end of this year, because these elections are approaching, of an individual with the requisite authority of the President of the United States and the assignment of making both the U.S. government policy coherent and clear and effective, and communicating that, again, authoritatively to the government of Nigeria, who in the end is ultimately responsible for preventing this catastrophe.
Say no to 1999 Constitution. Say yes to ethnic self-determination. We have a right to fight for our freedom. We must arise and save our nation. You want good road, you sign the petition. Better walk, sign the petition. Clean water and light, sign the petition. Security, sign the petition. Healthcare, sign the petition. Better schools, sign the petition. Housing project, sign the petition. Hope for the future, sign the petition. My people, we never tire for these leaders when they oppress us every day. We need to free ourselves before water passing. What do we need now to come out to this year 1999 Constitution? We don't have everything finished. We need to make another new one by a referendum. We go make region control their resources. My people, no, they waste time, you. As you they hear this message, run now, go to www.ninasfsn.org. Make you sign that petition today. No, they waste time, oh. The time for change is now.
Time when incited mobs threw stones into the windows of innocent shop owners, and women and children were cruelly humiliated in the open. Dietrich Bonhoeffer, a young pastor, began to speak publicly against the atrocities that the regime had produced.
Christians of Lower Niger Territory, Middle Belt, and Oduduwa nations need to pay attention, especially the pastors, the teachers, the evangelists, the prophets, the seers, the interpreters of the scriptures, the prayer warriors, the dreamers, the visioners. They need to pay attention to the story of Bonhoeffer and how he stood up with his people in their period of persecution. He did not preach then that all government was ordained by God and of God, and so people must be submissive to them. God bless you as you listen to all these things and act on them, because a lot is riding on all this. A lot is riding on them. It's not for nothing.
Muslim extremists are
It's
accused
not
of
for nothing.
waging a campaign of ethnic cleansing.
After years of trying to change people's minds, Dietrich Bonhoeffer came home one evening, and his own father had to tell him that two men were waiting in his room to take him away. In prison, Bonhoeffer began to reflect on how his country of poets and thinkers had turned into a collective of cowards, crooks, and criminals. Eventually, he concluded that the root of the problem was not malice, but stupidity. In his famous Letters from Prison, Bonhoeffer argued that stupidity is a more dangerous enemy of the good than malice, because while one may protest against evil, it can be exposed and prevented by the use of force. Against stupidity, we are defenseless. Neither protests nor the use of force accomplish anything here. Reasons fall on deaf ears.
If you allow
Facts
yourself
that
to be
contradict
brainwashed,
a
you become
stupid person's
stupid.
prejudgment simply need not be believed, and when they are irrefutable, they are just pushed aside as inconsequential, as incidental. In all this, the stupid person is self-satisfied and, being easily irritated, becomes dangerous by going on the attack.
That's the
For
act
that
of the
reason,
brainwash.
greater caution is called for when dealing with a stupid person than with a malicious one. If we want to know how to get the better of stupidity, we must seek to understand its nature. This much is certain. Stupidity is, in essence, not an intellectual defect, but a moral one. There are human beings who are remarkably agile intellectually, yet stupid, and others who are intellectually dull, yet anything but stupid. The impression one gains is not so much that stupidity is a congenital defect, but that under certain circumstances, people are made stupid, or rather, they allow this to happen to them. People who live in solitude manifest this defect less frequently than individuals in groups, and so it would seem that stupidity is perhaps less a psychological than a sociological problem. It becomes apparent that every strong upsurge of power, be it of a political or religious nature, infects a large part of humankind with stupidity, almost as if this is a sociological, psychological law, where the power of the one needs the stupidity of the other. The process at work here is not that particular human capacities, such as intellect, suddenly fail. Instead, it seems that under the overwhelming impact of rising power, humans are deprived of their inner independence and, more or less consciously, give up an autonomous position. The fact that the stupid person is often stubborn must not blind us from the fact that he is not independent. In conversation with him, one virtually feels that one is dealing not at all with him as a person, but with slogans, catchwords, and the like that have taken possession of him. He is under a spell, blinded, misused, and is abused in his very being. Having thus become a mindless tool, the stupid person will also be capable of any evil, incapable of seeing that it is evil. Only an act of liberation, not instruction, can overcome stupidity. Here, we must come to terms with the fact that in most cases, a genuine internal liberation becomes possible only when external liberation has preceded it. Until then, we must abandon all attempts to convince the stupid person. Bonhoeffer died due to his involvement in a plot against Adolf Hitler at dawn on the 9th of April 1945 at Flossenburg concentration camp, just 2 weeks before soldiers from the United States liberated the camp. Action springs not from thought, but from a readiness for responsibility. The ultimate test of a moral society is the kind of world that it leaves to its children, Bonhoeffer once said. Check the description below to read Bonhoeffer's original text, After 10 Years. For more information about Bonhoeffer or to download this video without background music, go to sproutschools.com.
The Bible in Romans chapter 6, verse 16 says, "Don't you know that when you offer yourself to someone as obedient slaves, you are slaves of that one you obey? Whether you are slaves to sin, which leads to death, or to obedience, which leads to righteousness. That's up to you. So we are fully responsible for how we submit ourselves to others, to obey them and to follow them, even when it's clear that you are being lied to. You still follow that direction. You are getting lost deliberately. You are responsible. You're on your own, essentially.
Don't touch the dial.
The takeover of Nigeria by Islamists like Boko Haram and Fulani terrorist herdsmen, among other terrorist groups that have taken over northern Nigeria, is an ongoing effort. And right now, they are even collecting taxes in communities across the north. And I will be mentioning a few of those communities just to establish the fact that Nigeria is under terrorist siege. Islamic terrorists are actually taking over more areas in Nigeria than they were doing before current fake agent, Major General Muhammadu Buhari, showed up on the scene. He's been doing nothing but empowering terrorists, giving them money, protecting them, in fact, going after anybody that is going against the terrorists. This is what is going on in Nigeria as we speak. And here are the names of some communities that paid the levies imposed by bandits in Sokoto East. Daily Star Nigeria investigators have compiled names of 43 out of many other communities in the Sabon Bini communities that have already paid their levies to bandits. The communities that have paid the levies imposed on them by bandits as at Sunday, October 7, 2021 are Garin Idi, 1 million naira. Number 2, Ram Badawa, 500,000 naira. Tudun Wanda, 370,000 naira. Number 4, Nasarawa, 600,000 naira. 5, Zangonga Itashe, 300,000 naira. Number 6, Makuwana, 1 million naira. 7, Sauna, 200,000 naira. 8, Tigrike, 600,000 naira. First payment was 800,000. Second payment, 700,000. And third payment, first payment by this Tigrike community is 600,000. Second payment was 800,000. And third payment was 700,000 naira. Number 9, Alakiru, 3.5 million naira, paid 2.5 million to pay 600,000 balance. Number 10 is Dogom Make, 2.2 million naira. Number 11 is Dakwaro, 100,000 naira. 12, Kwarang Ngaba, 3 million naira. Number 13, Adarawa, 300,000 naira. First payment, 1.5 million naira. Second payment, first payment was 300,000 naira by Adarawa community. That was first payment, and 1.5 million naira was second payment. Number 14 is Ataolawa, 400,000 naira first payment, 400,000 naira again for the second payment. 15, Kiratawa, 500,000 naira first payment, 600,000 naira second payment, 1 million naira as levy for the release of their chief imam. Hawan Diran, 800,000 naira. Kuka, 100,000 naira. Number 18, Kwatsai, 2 million naira. First payment, second payment, 1 million naira. 2 million naira actually, 2 million naira twice by Kwatsal. Number 19, Dukuma, 1.7 million naira. First payment, 400,000 naira. Second payment. 21, Dabagi, 100,000 naira. 22, Dam Maliki, 400,000 naira. 23, Bore, 2 million naira. Number 24, Malamawa, 1 million naira. 25, Kimba, 350,000 naira. First payment, 1.5 million naira. Second payment. Number 26, Katsira, 1.5 million naira. 27, Masawa, 5 million naira payment not yet confirmed. Faru, 4 million naira. Shadawa, farming for bandits by villagers. Gidan, Shadawa community is farming for the bandits. They are doing farm work for the bandits in their own land. 30, Gaidan Giara, farming for bandits by villagers. 31, Dungurum, 500,000 naira. 32, Gamuzo, 1 million naira. 33, Jinjira, 4 million naira. 34, Walkia Sabua, 1 million naira. 35, Walkia Sohua, 300,000 naira. 36, Kitamau, 600,000 naira. 37, Gangara, levied individually and as community after initial payment of 1.5 million naira by the community. 38, Kaihin Ashka, each man 1,500 naira, each woman 1,000 naira, after the community had paid 1 million naira. 39, Gaki, 4 million naira. 40, Ahifara, 1.5 million naira. 41, Dan Aduwa, 1.5 million naira. 42, Zagon Abamu, 2 million naira. 43, Gatawa, 5 million naira as second payment. This is from the Daily Star of November 17, 2021. It was copied from Tony Smart Opala. In my opinion, Northern Nigeria is gone. It's no longer part of Nigeria. In time, we will all come to accept this reality. The governors and leaders in the region have elected to relinquish control of the zone to terrorists. To stay in their exalted position, they have to pay the terrorists and negotiate with them to stay alive and safe in their government seats. Believe what you like, but what is the reality of the situation? To reclaim the North back after Buhari will require a huge, non-compromising military action, the like we have not seen since the Civil War. Let us stop pretending. The North, as we used to know it, is no longer part of the Nigerian state. Yes, because they actually started declaring Sharia legal code from Zamfara state more than 20 years ago. And the governor that started it was one that was called Yerima, a man who married an underage girl from Egypt or somewhere like that, 13-year-old girl, 13-year-old kid. Like, these are child molesters that are actually helping to hold Nigeria down, you know. Let us stop pretending. The North, as we used to know it, is no longer part of the Nigerian state. The question now is, will the terrorists advance south before Buhari tenure ends, or will they be content with owning the North? In my view, their strategic decision would be to advance south so that when the battle starts, it consumes the whole nation. And that's why we need a binding multi-regional referendum that will help sort Nigeria out. Because Nigeria needs an urgent intervention. Nigeria needs urgent global attention to save the country from going up in flames. And a multi-regional referendum to be conducted by the United Nations is the best option for the country. But those who care about the animal in Africa more than the humans in Africa wouldn't care. They wouldn't mind. They don't have a care in the world for Africa. One of the measures that will save the South is if the resistance can hold out to the end of Buhari tenure. However, Buhari is doing his best to weaken Southern resistance in cahoot with collaborators and the enablers from the region. This was a copied item from the name I mentioned earlier. For now, we can't forget any international assistance. We are on our own. And that's actually something else that we need to be thinking among ourselves. And another reason why we must not react recklessly to current madness going on in Nigeria. We know any particular person that says that he can do it on his own is a stupid person, because this requires the fusion of many minds, brains, to have Nigeria sorted out. The international community want to see mass action from Nigerians before they will lift a finger. A Jewish friend actually said this to me more than 12 years ago about Nigeria. They want to see that the masses are not content with their lot. In their view, as far as things stand, Nigeria is relatively stable, and that is good enough for them for now. That is the bitter truth, brothers and sisters. It does not matter what we choose to believe. That is the real situation as at today. Again, I must add that the NINA's guidelines present Nigeria the best opportunity to have Nigeria sorted out peacefully, so that we can be good neighbors in our independent nations of Lower Niger Territory, Oduduwa, and Middle Belt. We will be good neighbors with whatever is left of the 12 Sharia states. But to be together? No. Nigeria's future is already in peril. There is no redemption, essentially. What we're talking about is how to extricate the three imagined nations that are nations, like larger nations within themselves. We need to have it done and save more lives. A lot more lives will be saved. Like I said, this comment below was from Tony Smart Okbala, copied by me from Dafe Numa's page. Thanks for listening.
Nigeria jaga jaga, everything scatter scatter. Come on, they suffer. Bossa, gunshot in the air.
I beg, which kind abomination be this one? Where common manager for company go carry the owner, tie am with rope, throw am inside prison, and take over in business. Where you don't see this kind abomination before? Hey, only for Niger. True. It don't dey sure back and say Nigeria know the ruling people well. The country know they benefit anybody. Now him make Nigeria they crawl for belly like snail. They follow other small country them for back. Now him make they call us the capital of poverty in the world. Chai! Shame on Nigeria. I beg. Enough is enough. Because of this reason, the indigenous ethnic nationalities of Middle Belt and the South, under the umbrella of the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, they don't join together on 16 December 2020 to declare a constitutional force majeure, CFM, over a sovereignty quarrel, where then they ask only two questions. One, which time we take submit ourselves, our land, our assets, even our natural treasure into the force by force Nigeria Union? Hey, which time self we follow make for ourselves the year 1999 Nigeria Constitution? All na lie, all na story, na daylight robbery be this yo. But we get work to do for inside all this matter. Oh yeah, this one na must to make we join hand sharp now with the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS. Now then won't tear down that fraudulent lie 1999 Constitution, so that we can forward march and start a new beginning for everybody. I beg, make we join together to sign that petition where we title End Apartheid Nigeria by Restoring the Self-Determination Rights of Ethnic Nationalities. It is for all media platforms of Daughters of Truth, BVI Channel 1, Heritage TV UK, and www.freedomfromnigeria.com. If you sign this petition, say you don't follow more than 20 million signatures them where we collect for take show the United Nations. Remember, say not only us fit free ourselves from the oppression, repression, marginalization, and subjugation which the Nigerian country don't carry jamming on people for head.
Come on, they suffer. Bossa, gunshot in the air.
Now the Voice of Liberty International bring on this story.
Anyway, as our topic goes, the imposed illegitimate 1999 constitution an instrument of oppression and genocide. We know that this is a constitution, military decree, right? Can never get us anywhere. That has been, it's an open statement that we've been making for so many years now. And a lot of people are calling it in different dimensions. You know, we heard this pastor say, oh yeah, it's the constitution, but we want to restructure Nigeria and fix one Nigeria. They're all over the place because they have never started to understand what the issues are. And when you engage them and spend all the time to talk to them, because they are not honest, because they are very dishonest, they will never capture the whole information. So they will take the piece that will allow them to deliver their message and sort of mess it up, you know, adding in saying it, and then they will destroy the message. But as daughters of the truth, or daughters of truth, we're here always to relay the message and be consistent with the message so that you're not confused. This is the only platform where you will get the same message over and over again. If you're hearing it from all the random places, they will confuse you as what we're trying to do. So we, the people, stand together in Minas to reassert our self-determination right as the authentic heir to all our ancestral land. On 28th of February 2017, a delegate of Igbo political class, who we also know as Judas Goat, went to Kuje prison to visit a certain warmonger. Their various Igbo Southeast agitation group formally embraced the Lower Niger Congress referendum template. They all agreed to advance a cohesive Lower Niger independence movement, driving one compact referendum campaign. Well, well, well. Little did they know that these politicians had something else in mind. Their action was in anticipation of the Anambra State election of 2027. And please, today, we want you guys to pay attention. Sister is going to narrate a story so that, because all these things are happening in isolation, sometimes we're not able to sort of put it together and see the games these people are playing. So it's good to sort of listen, because when she paints the bigger picture, you will be like, whoa, you know, you will see exactly how this thing goes around. So by September of 2017, the Nigerian Army launched Operation Python Dance in the Southeast to ensure that the Anambra State election holds. Whether the people voted or not, that does not concern them. The most important thing to them is that a winner must emerge. In the midst of this, they killed hundreds of our youths. A few days ago, as we are talking about what happened in 2017, still fresh in those that lost their loved ones, the Nigerian Army launched Operation Golden Dawn in Southeast yet again, another tool by the ruling party APC to ensure that Anambra State election holds. Wow. The old African proverb says, when elephant fights, it is the grass that will suffer. How many of our innocent citizens will die this time around? Obiabo, Obiano, Umahi, how many of them? Already death toll is rising. Oppression and molestation has begun. Even our once quiet Nollywood community has received a memo as well. You guys saw that this week. Our youth are overly agitated. So much apprehension and uncertainty. You can see that this is the same game, merry-go-round. We keep saying they're putting us in merry-go-round with no escape route. And I promise you, if you stay in merry-go-round long enough, you'll be drowsy. Nobody will say anything that makes sense to you, because you're trying to get hold of yourself and you can't. We've heard this nonsense over and over again. Abraham Lincoln said, you can fool some of the people all the time and all of the people some of the time, but you cannot fool all of the people all of the time. We know better. Like I said, pay close attention as we narrate to you what these people have been doing to us. They are not relenting. They have made us so hungry, we don't know our left from right. On top of that, you know, a hungry man, you're playing politics on top of hungry man. And then sometimes you tell them to shit at home or sit at home or whatever, you're telling them no food. Adding more to their issues, adding more to the problems at hand. So you can imagine, it rests upon us in diaspora that is not under the guns of this apprehension and agitation and killing to do this for our people. What role are you playing? Have you done what you're supposed to do? As we're speaking right now, some people are planning all manner of events. and nobody is trying to go to the underlying problem of what's going on at home. Sometimes they even put on their church clothes and kneel down and start abracadabra on the air just to confuse our people more, holding our people down in their churches, in their various locations or whatever they are doing just to deceive our people from what's going on after they have kept them hungry.
Yes, this is Lower Niger Radio, and I remain your humble presenter, Donado Baido. So like I said, you've listened to the Daughters of Truth. They're speaking on behalf of Nigeria Indigenous Nationality Alliance for Self-Determination, which is the answer. You be woman, you dey out there. You be mother, you be daughter. You come from Nigeria, or maybe you dey live for the Obodo Yibo, what we call the diaspora. This is our fight. Let's come together, make we contribute efforts together. See am as price where you want pay to keep your home, to keep your marriage, and to keep your family. Why I talk say keep your home and your family? Because it dey too bad say we dey live, the people who are supposed to live with us don't pass away. Because why? Not be say they die natural death. Because we get bad government when they kill our people day in, day out. So we will not be standing and watching these people breaking our home, our marriage, and our family, and yet we say we no go do anything about them. You can hear the Daughters of Truth. They've came out, they've spoken, and all they have said, because they live outside the country, they know these things. They know that your self-determination matters a lot in everywhere you are living in the world. So I want you all to understand that NINAS is an umbrella that is giving everyone the opportunity to come out to express their self-determination. We have to take back our sovereign. The Daughters of Truth are prominent women that are living Obodo Yibo. Now they've come to they want to bring all the women together. Let's fight this fight together. We cannot win this fight alone, but we need the women, we need the children, we need everyone to join this fight so that we can bring down the 1999 fraudulent constitution. Listen to this Judas goat. Whoever that is following Judas goat should be careful of all these Judas goat. They will come in disguise and lead you into where this barbaric government are going to kill you. Listen to this Judas goat clip that I have for you.
I can present a flag now. I present a flag. Accepting the flag. Then Governor, the national leader of our great party, the Koko Kunine, Aibasa, I can be royal flag. Before I present the flag to you, I want you to show me your certificate. Your certificate. Solution. About all the things he's going to do for Anambra State. Honor here. He has a covenant with the people of Anambra State. This is the covenant book. Only Apuga candidate could have done this. No other candidate could have done it. So we have accepted your manifesto. I take it. Hold it for me. Thank you. That one. By the powers bestowed on me as the national chairman of the greatest party in Africa, I hereby present to Professor Charles Chukuma Soludo Odengiji Dikudo the Sofia, Professor of Economics, to fly our flag on November 6th in the Anambra State governorship election. Here you are.
Our pants on. Yes, everybody. It's that time we put our pants on and get this going. You know, we need to get this going. They have been doing this for a while. It's a strategy they've been using. And they repeat this strategy all the time. Our people see this strategy all the time, and you still follow suit. That is what amazes me. How in the world would you follow what these people have been using all the time? When it was an Anambra election in 2017, they came with their python dancing. And in collaboration with the Perimao, for some of you that don't understand, it was in collaboration with Nnamdi Kanu. You all will not get this, but that is the truth. Now they are coming back to Anambra State and the killing have started. Yesterday, they killed a brother and a sister. They were returning from the morgue. They went to drop their, I think, an uncle or a brother that died at the morgue. As they were returning, these army officers shot a brother and a sister. What do you shot the two of them? These people went to deposit a body at the morgue of their brother, and you have shot an entire family is gone. How do you explain that? The army people are not even indigenous to that. And that's what we're saying. If this 1999 constitution doesn't come down, there is no amount of grammar we would speak that will get us out of this problem. There's no amount of grammar. And if you're anticipating war, it is to your own detriment because they have everything. They have all the arsenal to decimate us. So everybody get on board. It's not going to cost you anything to get on board. Don't get mesmerized with some stories out there. Get on board with what would work. And it's that time we all did that. Please, Sister Mona, is the video ready? Yes.
Some stakeholders have canvassed for fiscal federalism or return to the 1963 Republican Constitution, while others have argued that we either restructure, discuss our coexistence through a referendum, or go our separate ways. And like my brother and friend Barrister Tiomungo once asked, are we really afraid of going our separate ways? That will guarantee justice, fairness, equity, peace, and security. I leave you to be the judge of that, though. Why countries like Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, and USSR have all separated to foster equality, justice, security, and ethnic nationalism. We are here preaching unity in Nigeria, yet we have no solution to the genocide in South Carolina. The illegal but officially condoned arms in the hands of killer headsmen, kidnappers, bandits roaming the country, the technically defeated Boko Haram, the amnesty militant, or the kidnappers. How about the corruption, nepotism, ineptitude, and birthday selfishness and planlessness on the part of the political class, president, governor, lawmakers, and their lives? Let me sit down there and deceive ourselves. Czechoslovakia, which had a population of 16 million people, less than Lagos population, separated into Czech and Slovakia on the 1st of January 1993. Yugoslavia in 1991 was 23.2 million, barely more than Lagos population. It broke into 6 countries same year, all along ethnic lines, namely Bosnia, Herzegovina, Croatia, Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia, and Slovenia. In Europe, the UK permitted regional autonomy to the Irish.
Told you to die.
Lower Niger Radio is your station for all things about self-determination, nation building, and liberty. With all the challenges and insecurity in our ancestral lands, the survival of our peoples and the political arrangements they decide on is our goal. We discuss solutions. We bring you messages of hope, truth, and trust. So, tune in today. Lower Niger Radio is the voice of liberty for the ethnic nations of the South-South and Southeast. We are here for the peoples of Anang, Bini, Isan, Efik, Ibibio, Igbo, Ishekiri, Ijo, Igede, Kalabari, Obolo, Ogoja, Ogoni, Okrika, Urubo, and all the others. Lower Niger Radio, your voice of liberty.
Decay of a city.
Here is yet another proof that referendum is urgently needed in Nigeria. There is this particular state that has always had criminals as governors, including members of the House of Assembly. They take the state resources as their personal wealth. Once they get into office, all promises are broken and not kept. And the state has continued to decay. Aba is the worst place you want to be in Nigeria because there is tension always in the air. There are armed guards. Everywhere you turn around in the restaurant, there are people bearing gun. Everywhere you go, there is garbage at the middle of the road. The roads are unbelievably terrible. Aba is used now to abuse other people from other states. It's such a mockery, such a joke. Now, what hope lies for Aba or for Onitsha that is now becoming the new Aba? It's the referendum that we must vote for. And so everybody in these areas, in Anambra State, Imo State, Enugu State, Ebonyi, Edo State, Rivers State, Akwa Ibom, Delta, Lagos, Ogun, Ondo, Oyo, Benue State, Plateau State. If you want to see good in your life, in your lifetime, for yourself and for your children and for future generations, support the call for referendum. So much is riding on it. So much is riding on it. Our people cannot survive without it. And it will mark the beginning of new era in the life and history of our people. Listen to the shame, to the eyesore that is called Aba. And the fact that the governor of the state, both present and past, have always lied to the people. It's the worst state in the entire zone, in the entire former Eastern region, Abia State.
Through these places I have, from glory to glory.
Aba is unbelievable. Abandoned city.
The failure of a government.
Aba have not experienced any improvement from the 1970s to date. Not much of any improvement for over 50 years.
The people have woken up.
I have 5 children. I have nothing going on for me in the marketplace. I want to say it so that everybody will hear that the state governor is a failure. There is no road in the city. Aba is finished. I'm in the market. I'm a petty trader. There is nothing happening for me.
The people are not happy with their roads.
Despite making this documentary a couple of years ago, today the story have only gotten worse.
November 24, 2021.
And this, my brother from this media, had always been consistent in analyzing it. Even much better than I could watch. Infuse your life with action. Rather fail with honor than succeed.
Liberos Oshoma.
On the 12th day of November 2021, the Aba branch of the Nigerian Bar Association proposed to address a press conference and subsequently embark on a street protest on the 23rd of November 2021 to draw the attention of the world to the deplorable state of roads in Aba. Commendable wake up, I must say. GCK. At least this has vindicated my position that to call the state of road in Aba and Abia State in general as deplorable is a disservice to the word deplorable itself, as the roads can't be described as roads. Roads like the 4-kilometer road, Fox Road, the 9-kilometer Port Harcourt Road, that were constructed by the current administration of Dr. Okeze Ikpeazu, with almost 6 billion and 5 billion naira respectively, has collapsed even before completion. Asa and Azikiwe Road, St. Michael's Road, Hospital Road are shut down despite the funds and resources expended on them. How about Ungwa Road, Oboya Road, and Ohanku Road? All have been abandoned as NUMA has suspended the World Bank project therein due to allegation of mismanagement. Ekakpara Road to Werenta, Nemi Road to Akwa Ibom, close to Erondo Jr. and 8 of the governor's house in the village is impossible. If I mention Bende to Ohafia to Arochuku, I will be invoking the spirit of the dead. How about the 2 roads that kidnappers have turned to a den because of this bad state? Ubakala, Odumahia, Ururuka Road from the governor's house to Amakama Junction is terrible. Ulokoro Road to Omudike, the Michael Opaya University in Umuahia is an eyesore, very deplorable. Still down on that road through Ikwano to Ikotepene, that's Mondo, Dr. Mondo Bani's village, it's not motorable. The roads in Ugunabo, Ukwa East and West are no-go area, as people from these areas can no longer access their villages using vehicles. Why is the Osisioma Bridge, what they call Osisioma Center Table, still remains incompleted several months after several promises by the governor to complete the same? The Osisioma to Port Harcourt axis of the dual carriage road, though a federal road, could pass as the worst highway in the country, as commuters dread plying that road. Anyway, why road go dey the state when state government spent 1.4 billion in the year 2020 to purchase vehicles for government house and MDAs, and another 1.3 billion to buy second Helios vehicles after the Prado from the State House of Assembly members during lockdown. Members that allegedly earned the highest allowances in the entire Southeast, even though the total expenditure of the state in terms of capital expenditure between January and September 2021 is 8.4%, which is the lowest in the whole of the Southeast. What sector can one really mention in Abia State that is not deplorable? Is it health? Is it education, where the students are even rioting over non-payment of their teacher salary? Public infrastructure? Even information, the state-owned information centers. It's either the workers are planning to go on strike, or they are threatening to go, or they are on strike already. A state that UBA, in their social responsibility, spent 39 million naira to sponsor the automation of our civil servant salary payment system in 2016, only to spend 48 million naira to conduct this a verification of the same civil servants in 2020 and ended up owing the said civil servants and pensioners between 20 to 30 months salary arrears. Yet, almost emptied the state treasury to send entourage to Lagos to celebrate an undeserving award to the State Assembly Speaker, Honorable Chinedu Ikuku, as is fondly called, as the Public Servant of the Year award. I sometimes wonder if these people know the meaning of honorable or honor at all. Anyway, maybe this is how he wants to come. I will therefore advocate that until members of the intelligentsia community in Abia State, people like UKAK, GMD of First Bank, Sonny Roche, former ED Finance, TCN, Johnson Chuku, MD Carry Assets, Aroma Ote, Emeka Onka, former MD of Diamond Bank, UD Kalu, former GM of Equity Bank, Dr. Okonjo Iweala, that's the husband of our own very Ugozi Okonjo Iweala, and so many others, too numerous to mention. Except they come together to rescue the states the way Anambra had decided to rescue their own state now. Abia State will continue to have the misfortune of being ruled by the worst amongst the best. A state that produced the likes of Sir Michael Opara, first premier of Eastern Region, General JTU Aguiyi-Ironsi, that have consistently have the misfortune of parading worst governors in the history of Nigeria since 1999, actually need rescue. Idiabians should shine their eye against anybody who's just coming but without concrete plans at governance, but to continue stealing from the already instituted stealing that they started. Abia is bigger than a father and son. If you get it, you get it. Otherwise, forget about it.
That is it. Now you now see why GGN is most important thing happening in our land. And I want to use this opportunity to call on Abia State people, especially residents in Aba, to come forward and be part of good governance ministry. I know you have a government that may not be sensitive, but if the people are organized, the government must succumb to the pressure from the people. Because it is not the government that established the people, it is the people that made the government.
Thank you.
And that the people hold the power. But the problem with the people is that they are not organized. They are too weak pursuing their individual benefits. They are busy pursuing their individual interests.
The people has been taken hostage.
And that is why the public interest, the communal interest that is eating deep and making their life miserable are not being taken care of.
The people has been taken hostage.
To admonish residents of Aba, call this number, record it, bring it on this platform. And I want to remind the commissioner that called me the other time, I'll still also impulse you that what we discussed after I made the documentary a few years ago, you promised that those places are going to be fixed or are being fixed.
They will never do it.
Up to today, Aba people are suffering.
Yeah, of course.
Civil servants are suffering. We want to put an end to this.
If you want to feel tension in Nigeria, go to Aba.
Awareness our people are getting there, it will no longer be business as usual in the next coming election, because we are coming to all these states to deliver our people from wicked, irresponsible political class that have made their lives miserable. The same thing is applicable to Imo State, Enugu, and Ebonyi. We begin from Igbo land. We must insist that the right people, the best of us, mans our public trust.
Nigeria needs a binding multi-regional referendum. And the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination have got it covered. Joining the trend now is the best decision you can make in your life for this and for history's sake, for this time and for history. Don't miss this trend.
Corruption called Nigeria that must be tackled urgently. Everyone knows that Nigeria, as experimentally constituted in 1914 by the British colonial masters, has evolved into a full basket of problems, wars, miseries, and controversies for the indigenous peoples, who are mesmerized, confused, brutalized, and outrightly denied human rights on daily basis. Nigeria is suffocating everyone in Nigeria. Children, youths, men and women, families are directly and indirectly affected. At the entrance gate of a university in South Africa, an inscription reads, "Destroying any nation or country does not require the use of atomic bombs or the use of a long-range missile. It only requires lowering the quality of education and allowing cheating in the examinations by students. The consequence is patients die at the hands of such doctors, buildings collapse at the hands of such engineers, money is lost at the hands of such economists and accountants. Humanity dies at the hands of such religious scholars. Justice is lost at the hands of such judges. So, the collapse of education is the complete collapse of a nation or a country. Nigeria, as a divergent ethnic nationalities forced to be in one political union, the center no longer have the capacity to hold together democratically, such as plastic union. So, because of this simple but complex reason, nation building is quite impossible in Nigeria. Indigenous peoples, their sovereignties, assets, and resources are being hijacked by the Fulani Caliphate through an imposed 1999 fraudulent constitution. So the Fulani Caliphate dominates and rules over the rest of us as infidels. The same Sharia Caliphate are also feudalists who believe that all men are not born equal and that they are born to rule over the rest of us in the toxic Nigerian Union. As a consequence of this feudalist worldview by the Sharia Caliphate, which translates to a master-slave society, the insistence by the rest of Nigeria on democracy, which is premised on the equality of all men, translates in the imagination of the Sharia Caliphate to a direct challenge on their master-slave worldview, and therefore an affront against the master by the slave, which is punishable by death. The situation to the majority of the people, the South and the middle belt of Nigeria precisely, therefore, is that of being guilty on two separate counts that each carry death penalty. A lot is very wrong with the current fraudulent constitution that does not allow for referendum for self-determination. Consequent on this fraud are lot of hunger, hardship, anger, unemployment, frustrations, killings, corruption, injustice, nepotism, subjugation, marginalization, insecurity, political rape, election manipulation, ethno-religious killings, economic conspiracy and strangulation, and so many other human casualties. All these woes are traceable to this 1999 fraudulent caliphate imposed constitution, and this is untenable. Another blindfolding ploy by the caliphate is to use a political game against the gullible politicians from the alliance territory of South and Middle Belt to go into elections in 2023. Some political actors from the alliance territories do not seem to sense the danger ahead by thinking that a slot for Southern presidency will solve the hydra-headed problems in Nigeria. The problem of Nigeria can't be solved by a president coming from Southeast or Southwest or wherever. Ninas is saying that all political parties should close shops. All political parties should close shops, and all politicians should retreat and surrender to the will of the peoples. All politicians should retreat and surrender to the will of the peoples, and they should be among the movement. They should join the movement of the peoples to decommission the fraudulent 1999 caliphate imposed constitution because it is not paying any person good. And the people say no more elections under the current 1999 fraudulent caliphate imposed constitution. The peoples say all the ethnic nationalities which make up the peoples say no more elections under the current 1999 fraudulent caliphate imposed constitution. Power belongs to the people. Power belongs to the people. For more information and to learn more, visit the websites www.ninasvoice.org, www.ninasvoice.org, and the other one is www.lowernigercongress.org, www.lowernigercongress.org. Thank you for listening. Stay tuned in the Lower Niger Radio always and get more information, get more enlightened, and get more educated. Thank you. God bless you.
Muslim extremists are accused of waging a campaign of ethnic cleansing against Christians in Nigeria. One America's Neil McCabe has more from Washington.
National security expert Frank Gaffney told One American News that all over the world, people are targeted because they choose to follow Jesus Christ. But right now in Nigeria, it has become a slaughter.
Nigeria is in the midst of an incipient civil war in which both indigenous forces, some from far removed, who have in common what I call Sharia supremacism, are engaged in a ethno-religious cleansing of Nigeria.
Gaffney said the ethno-religious attacks on Christians had many layers. One is geography, with the country's heavily Muslim northern states officially governed by Sharia law. It is also in the north where terrorist groups where Boko Haram and West African ISIS operate freely. Then there is also the local anti-Christian militia called Husa Fulani. Roughly half of Nigeria's 200 million people are Christian, but they are clustered in the center of the country and along the Atlantic coastline. These Christian regions are also where the oil and natural resources are located, meaning that the anti-Christian jihad is fueled by a quest to seize these riches. Gaffney said the humanitarian crisis for Christians can no longer be ignored.
The trouble with this scenario is not only the bloodletting of innocent people simply because they follow Jesus Christ, but large numbers of those people will be fleeing. The resultant mayhem.
The graduate of Georgetown's Foreign Service School said, the ongoing destruction of Nigerian Christians will go down as one of the worst genocides in history.
We're witnessing a persecution of Christians on a scale that makes what Pol Pot and Hitler and Stalin and Mao did in their day combined pale by comparison.
The human rights watchdog Open Doors USA ranked Nigeria as the 12th most hostile to Christians in their 2018 report. There was, quote, a seemingly constant violence, unquote, against Christians that so far this year has already cost hundreds of lives. Neil W. McCabe, One American News, Washington.
Want to see more?
This killing is ongoing and it's continuing. Unfortunately, the world press is not keen in or paying attention to what's going on in Nigeria. There's a targeted genocide in Nigeria that is being supervised by the current government of Muhammadu Buhari. And there is a sheikh in the north, Ahmed Gumi. He was trained in Saudi Arabia. and he is fraternizing with terrorists who are killing people and kidnapping students. In fact, he gives them money, and he's now planning to open up a school, or if maybe he's probably opened the school up already to accommodate the same terrorists. So terrorism is an official business in Nigeria. While Boko Haram is doing what they are doing, ISWAP, ISIS is coming in. Nigeria's own government-owned and operated terrorist group, Fulani, Mieti Allah, Fulani herdsmen terrorists, owned and operated by Mieti Allah and the government. They are going across the country to kill and destroy the people and make the country an ungovernable place. And the government is behind them, defending them, protecting them, not laying hand on them, not arresting them. In fact, they go after those people that tries to stop the Fulani terrorists like Sunday Boho. This is the way Nigeria is structured now, and that's why multi-regional binding referendum is unavoidable. That's the most peaceful way to get Nigeria sorted out of all this nonsense.
Don't touch the dial. Nonsense. You want to listen to those fake people, they don't come again, they want to deceive you. Brother, stay tuned. This is Lower Niger Radio, and this is your favorite presenter. Another Bible is my name. I'm watching your back. Love you.
Brief introduction of our Lower Niger Radio. Lower Niger Radio is the initiative of a few individuals who saw the necessity of enlightening and educating our peoples in the Lower Niger Territory on the urgent need to be part of this liberation project of all the ethnic nationalities that are entrapped in the union of death Nigeria has become for them. Following the events happening in Nigeria today and always, I am sure nobody is happy with Nigeria as currently constituted. However, the owners of their respective ancestral lands in the South and Middle Belt formed a strong alliance for the single purpose of self-determination. This alliance is called NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, which declared a constitutional force majeure, CFM, on the 16th of December 2020. NINAS has three blocks, the Lower Niger, the Yoruba, and the Middle Belt blocks. NINAS cannot be pensioned without connecting it to the Lower Niger Congress. So, seeing and recognizing the enormous good work the Lower Niger Congress had been doing all these years, these few individuals formed a media team to help the Lower Niger Congress bring these messages of hope, trust, and truth to all our peoples in our homeland. These peoples include Anang, Ibibio, Efik, Ishan, Ijaw, Idoma, Igbo, Kalabari, Bini, Itshekiri, Urobo, Obolo, Ogoni, Ogoja, Ugep, and so many others. Join us today and be part of the People's Revolutionary Movement for total freedom from the oppressive and brutal caliphate-imposed document called 1999 Fraudulent Constitution. Power belongs to the people. Lower Niger Radio is your voice of liberation.
This is protesting for Nigeria.
Listening as an American was being interviewed by a member of NINAS during the UN General Assembly in New York, where Nigeria government went to hire foreigners to counter-protest the justified right of citizens to protest against their government's mishandling of what's supposed to be a country. That's what NINAS is all about, to correct, to arrest the drift going on in Nigeria. Nigeria, instead of listening or doing the right thing, went to hire foreigners, paid them to come and counter what was going on. And the man was interviewed.
Oh, for Nigeria, yeah. For a stronger Nigeria, say Nigerian Christian,
not target of genocide or ethnic cleansing. So what part of Nigeria are you from? Anan. You're not in Nigeria. So how then you're not in Nigeria and you're protesting for Nigeria?
Well, anybody's black, you know what I'm saying? I protest for them.
Well, you know, when you got to protest with the information and the stuff that is happening.
No.
So how do you know that Nigerian Christians are not the target? How did you know that?
I don't know.
So why didn't you have the placard?
Well, look, I'm going to tell you something. Me, I protest for anybody. I help a lot of people.
So you were paid to do this?
Yeah.
Or you were paid to do this?
Yeah, I just joined in with everybody.
Because you did not
care black, white.
No, I understand. It is good to support brothers, to support the culture, but also it is also good to protest and pass the right information, right?
It's a lot of information going out here, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people twist a lot of things up.
Yeah.
I don't know for sure what.
Well, you got to do a little bit digging.
However, you know what I'm saying? I'm just here to help everybody out.
I understand that. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. You're doing what they ask you to do.
Yeah.
At least you're paid to do this, and you're doing what you get paid for.
No, it's not about pay, you know what I'm saying? It's just about
Through referendum.
See the condition of the road here. There's like a big river in the middle of the road. If you can get a clear view of it, so you actually have to go down there off road to have access to this road. Can you see there's like a river? This is Kogi State. We're in the heartbeat of Kogi State. Look at it, Bachi. Look at weeds and reeds growing in the middle of the road. This is smack in the middle of the road. Look at that. This is unbelievable. We need better road infrastructure in Kogi State, and we need the right people with the right investment to build a better infrastructure for our people.
And these students, as I speak with you, a little bit education is far away from them. Look at them sitting on the ground. Look at the mud house in this modern age and time. Now look at the ceiling board there, which the teachers use as their board. Look at it, there is no chair. It's unfortunate that this is where we found ourselves. This is their home. Now, it is unfortunate that the government that is meant to take care of the people are not doing what is supposed to be done. Now, this student, as I speak with you, they're about to start their examination. And 2,450 naira is going to be their main challenges, and about 8 of them are going to be chased away. Now, this is how very, very little it is that they find it difficult to give their children education. I said it that whosoever is involved in destroying the lives of Kogites, may his life be destroyed. Please, let's go. Now, this is the class of block where they go to school. My name is Yunusa Gabriel Enemali, and my community report today is coming all the way from LGEA Ukolojo Gene. It's in the Kina local government, Anyiba ward. Now, I'm going to unveil something that will touch your heart wherever you are. And the reason why we're doing this, we need to bring you up to speed to understand what is happening. Now, come with me. Now, this is primary 1. As I speak with you, it is combined with primary 1 and 2 because they are little hut where they stay primary 2 has been fallen down by a breeze. Look at it there. Now, come back. Now, you can see these are the leaders of tomorrow. Well, according to them, move closer. Let them see their faces. These are supposed to be the leaders of tomorrow. In this community, there is nothing like infrastructure here. No social amenities at all. Now, it is so pathetic. Look at their board. This is their board. Now, I move with him. He comes with me. Come with me. Come with me. Now, this is supposed to be class 2. But today, it's already down. Now, show me camera. This is supposed to be class 2. This class 2 is now combined with class 1. And that is why you have a mixed class. Now, I am told that they have class 1 to 6. Now, this 1 to 6, you will be extremely shocked with what you're going to hear. They only have 2 teachers, and they are being paid by Subel. Now, tell me, how can this teacher cope? He has family. He has children. Now, the salary being paid him is on the so-called percentage salary. Now, here is primary 3. This primary 3 is also combined with primary 4. Am I correct? Okay, this is just primary 3 alone. You can see them. Now tell me, what leader of tomorrow are you going to make out of these people? As far as they're concerned, nothing like computer that they would have ever seen in their life. Now come with me. I'm going to show you. Now, as you come this way, this is the class.
The schools are entirely in the public space. There's no roof, no wall, nothing, nothing.
They are shanty where they stay and they teach them. This is in the Kina local government, in Kogi State, in Nigeria.
No, go to Kogi State and see the deplorable states, the condition of lives of Kogites. Whereas the governors, the emperors in power, are busy allocating billions to themselves while the people continue to suffer. It is good that he had come down to his own state to make this revelation. Now go to your own states, ask questions, look into the budgets of your states, the allocation, the money that comes in, how it's being utilized. Then you will understand that Nigerians have been subjected to become modern slaves in their own country by the politicians. The politicians have succeeded in colonizing Nigerians worse than the British people did to Nigeria as a whole. Hey, hello, man. You don't see why this country had never worked. You don't see why I said corruption is an institution in Nigeria.
Chinedu, Nigeria is not done with Nigeria yet. I mean, Britain is not done with Nigeria yet. They are still on their business on Nigeria. They are still working on Nigeria. They are still messing Nigeria up. In fact, the future prince, God forbid, said the other day that Africa, the problem of Africa is the population. He wants to do something. He wants to continue from where his grandfather stopped in seeking after population reduction of over 80% in Africa and filling it up with animal. Those are the people. They are not done with Nigeria yet. They are also running Nigeria through the oil and gas. Their business interests in Nigeria, they want to sustain it and maintain it by all means. That's what matters to them. That's what matters to them. And so, let's continue.
PDP, when I introduce them, APC, when I don't gazette them. But not only Nigerians, we believe in our message and rally round to save themselves before it is too late. And then we'll change this status quo. And that is why GGM is here. We will not do it for you. I will not come to your village, to your state, to your region to fix it. You got to do it yourself. You got to start waking up, asking questions. Because these politicians, they are not doing you any favor. Government is not doing you any favor by delivering.
You're not going to do it alone. You are not even standing alone. There are people who are on top of this 24/7, 365 days a year. Join them. You are not going to be standing alone. It's called NINAS. Google it, study it, find more information.
Bring the service they ought to do. You are complaining. Your schools are falling apart. Is it not in Kogi State? We published the other time where children do not have a roof over their head to study. In the same state, you are allocating billions of naira to the office of a governor, one man. How do you expect your hospital to work? No, tell me, how will you expect them to create jobs? You see why I say that Nigerians are victims of Nigerian state? I am not missing word. And until Nigerians wake up and stop being used by this never do well political class, because at the end of the day, these men will come out for elected position. You, the victims of these people, will still gather around them, collect money, collect palliatives, sell your votes to these men, and yet you complain and end up in church where you'll be praying and fasting. Let me tell you, if you like, pray from today till the next generation. With the way Nigeria is, you will continue to suffer. The condition can only get worse. I'm telling you the truth. The only solution to it is to embrace the truth coming from GGN, from this platform. There is no other way. You have to stand up. You have to resist them. You have to stop them from entering into the government house because they can't get there without your help. They can't. They can't get there without your help. And don't listen to those who tell you that it doesn't work, election doesn't count, and the rest of them. All those things are old story. We did it in Anambra State. And Ayabado Soludo Touch, that he has come out to say that he's going to have a very transparent financial records in his government. And about your touch. And that is how it begins.
The problem of Nigeria flows from the 1999 constitution, the criminal constitution. How do we go about it? How do we take it away? Let's get to referendum. When we go to referendum, our people will vote for new regional constitutions to be part or not to be part of Nigeria. It's not about any further elections. We suspend all political activities, so shut down every political activities until we get Nigeria sorted out first. That's the most patriotic thing to do. That's the least we can ask for. In a place where the government has been fingered to be part of the terrorists destroying the country. The government is not ignorant in this case. The government is not even neutral. The government is part of the problem, part of the terrorists. Thank you. The indigenous nationalities of Lower Niger Territory, and that includes all the states that we have presently where all the political leaders are acting like kings, basically running roughshod on the people, trampling on them, crushing them, killing them, abandoning them, denying them education, road, electricity, everything that will make a country a functional place. It starts from the village, it starts from our kindreds, it starts from our town, from our local governments that doesn't even exist, to the states where we have kings and they are running us like there's no tomorrow. There is nothing we can do. We are paralyzed. Yeah, the state governors doesn't have control over the police or whatever, but anytime they need to shoot the people, they can always tell the presidency, and the presidency will be so ever willing to approve deployment and killing of reducing the population so that people will remain subjective and under control by all means. So these things will continue to happen. You know why? And the governors will continue to steal the money, the people's money, whatever they get shared at Abuja. They will continue to hide it and steal it because they're in charge. They have immunity. But on the event that we have a binding referendum, that will end all this nonsense, including the sharing of money at Abuja. So what you experience in places like Kogi State is no different from what is happening all over the places. It's all failures, robbery, kings trampling on their subjects by doing nothing but stealing and stashing away in foreign banks. Even when these things are made public, Nigeria still doesn't do nothing to change. They recycle themselves and they keep coming back to continue the ruling going on, like upside down kind of leadership. There is a solution for Kogi people, Abia, and all other states where this sort of neglect and abandonment is present. The Ninas Alliance territories will be delivered through the constitutional force majeure declared on December 16, 2020. That's what all the political jobbers are afraid of. That's why they are switching parties, because they are looking for where to hide. They are looking for where to find sanctuary. A multi-regional referendum will and surely reorder the way things are done, and that means a far-reaching revolutionary process. The current criminal political elite, all those Judas goats, they are all scared of this. They know what is coming. It will be their end, and they are scared. It beats their imagination and their grasp, like so much that they have no idea what to say or what to do or how to react to this. They think that the people are entirely helpless under their criminal watch, but they don't know what is coming. Well, for starters, for those who are new, who don't know about this, there is Lower Niger Congress and more, and www.ninasffn.org or ninasvoice.org. Also, check out lowernigercongress.org for a deeper understanding of what is happening or what the demands of the indigenous nationalities is over Nigeria. It is to stop the deplorable situation that is in Kogi State, which you are about to hear. What is happening, like how much the state governor is stealing from budget of a whole state. Over 50% of the budget is to be expended in the governor's office. The governor's office has a different budget from the governor's lodge. That's the kingdom of Kogi State, you know, in the pocket of one man and his cronies. There's not a whole lot of time left for Nigeria to go through this process to save a lot more lives, or the alternative outcome is better imagined. It wouldn't be good for anyone, including this criminal political elite. This video here is quite interesting, from Chinedu Asuzu Peters of the Good Government Ministry. I'm going to move the video a little bit. Okay, here we go.
On this platform, BVI Channel 1, where truth is the gospel we preach. The last time we dropped a video on Dilo Milaye making a revelation respect to bogus allocation of money to the office of the president. He's feeding, almost hitting 1 million naira per day. Good. It doesn't end there. He had come back this time to hit it hard on the state government, beginning with his own state, Yaya Bello. Oya, make una listen to this one. My ear, no big pass your own.
My name is Dino Melai. I'm here to address you once again because of our nation's history. Today I will be talking about the 2022 budget of Kogi State. Governor Bello has submitted to the House of Assembly a budget of 145 billion naira, out of which 90 billion is for recurrent and 55 billion is for capital projects. But the surprise is that in this 145 billion naira project, the government house, Kogi State, a budget of about 30 billion have been budgeted. 36.5 billion have been budgeted for government house Kogi State, while 20 billion have been budgeted for the office of the governor. So put together, and this is the first time actually that the government house would be separated from governor's office, because governor's office is in government house. But anyway, the budget was splitted and put together. Yaya Bello and government house have a budget of 56.5 billion. But the irony is that 56.5 billion Yaya Bello budgeted to himself for 2022 budget is more than the entire capital project of the states. The capital project in the 2022 budget of Kogi State is 55 billion. But the Yaya Bello have budgeted for government house and governor's office 56.5 billion. About 40% of the budget of Kogi State is going to Yaya Bello alone, and his budget is higher than the budget that will have concomitant effect on the lives of Kogites, even if implemented. That's the capital budget, and that is why one is really surprised, and I will not be surprised why Kogi State is in The state we are, there's no development, no project, nothing, because all the money has been stolen. Now, one would not be surprised also why our 20 billion naira was returned back to government coffers, because of this dubious, satanic, wicked, nefarious act of Governor Yaya Bello. You will also recall that nothing would have happened when when I raised the issue of the Ganaja flyover. Fanwo Kingsley, the Commissioner of Information, came up and said that the money was diverted for other purposes because it's a white elephant project. In fact, that was his statement at that time. He said it was a white elephant project and the money has been diverted for building the road on the Manpati Road. The money was diverted for Manpati Road. But surprisingly, because I submitted a petition to the EFCC, without appropriation, without procurement process, they started the project now, the Ganaja flyover. I mean, you can now see the inconsistency in the Ayabelo administration and government. But the Ayabelo and his cohorts will not go unpunished. We are monitoring and evaluating all their satanic manifestations. And I want to assure you that every kobo stolen from our common patrimony will be recovered. Every house bought with our common patrimony will be recovered. Even wives that are married with our common patrimony, money spent on them will be recovered, because the battle to salvage Kogi State from its economic cankerworm and financial scavenger is a battle of no retreat, no surrender. I remain Dino Melaye. God bless Kogi State.
Hey! Hello, man.
If students in Imo State, Abia State, Kogi State, Kwara State, Katsina, in fact, I don't want to mention those Sharia Caliphate states, but if children can go to classes and be sitting on mud floors, mud houses in 2021 in Kogi State, what is the essence of the state in the life of those children and their parents? If the roads are completely covered in water, there is no gutter, there is no good road, there is no electricity, there is no water, there is no security, of what essence is the existence of the country? Until you find the answers to these questions, you will not understand the mission of NINAS. So it's better that we ask the serious questions that we need to ask over Nigeria. Is it the way it is? Is it okay for you? If it is not okay for you, then ask questions. What's the way out? What is the way out? So follow the message of the referendum, follow the referendum, the constitution, the 1999 constitution. LNC, NINAS continues to go back to the same source, because that's where the whole problem comes from. That's why Kogi State will have such a moron that is robbing the state dry, just like the federal government is robbing Nigerians dry, like stealing everything and leaving nothing for the people. Continue listening.
Now, you wonder why and how things had continued to go down. Now, go to Kogi State.
Good afternoon, guys. What has a woman's uterus got to do with your prostate? Researchers have now uncovered a strange connection between these two organs, and it has finally led to the prostate fix that we have been waiting for. According to the... Which way, Nigeria? Which way, Nigeria? Which way to go?
Which way to go?
I love my fatherland.
Oh yeah,
I want to know.
yes, I want to know.
Which way, Nigeria?
Constitutional force majeure. Make I talk am again. Constitutional force majeure. Oh yeah, hear am again. Oh. Constitutional force majeure. That's not the new reigning motto where they don't come out for the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. NINAS. Constitutional force majeure. Now waiting we go take forward march to freedom all the ethnic nationality them where they don't throw away inside cage for this dungeon where they call Nigeria. If you never know us before, now we be the people of Middle Belt and South. we don't join hands together to formulate the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. NINAS, listen to this one. On 16 December 2020, now we don't declare a constitutional force majeure on the fraudulent Nigeria Lai 1999 constitution. Na the Yeye Fulani ethnic minority carry this sufferness throw away for the head of the people who get the land in the first place since 1999. Chai! As they don't condemn that 1999 Wayo constitution, NINAS don't direct the Nigeria government to gather a national roundtable meeting. Make we for talk the kind style where we go take sit down for inside our region, on top country where we dey sleep for only one eye. This now waiting that big grammar constitutional force majeure go do. Suffering and smiling, it don't do. Nigeria people don't suffer rich. Waiting we never see. Nigerian people don't chop fear from out. All the land of the south and middle belt don't turn to river of blood. Waiting, all because of this evil Nigeria 1999 lie constitution. Hey, I beg, true to God, they don't push us reach the wall. Nowhere to go again. Enough is enough. So therefore, everybody, make una come. Make we join hand now with NINAS. Make we for support the constitutional force majeure to free ourselves from the Fulani British captivity so that we go forward march into a free nation where your security and development is guaranteed.
Oh yeah, I want to know. Yes, I want to know which way Nigeria is heading.
Now the Voice of Liberty International bring on this story.
Here's an article by Malcolm Omirhobo. I don't know how to pronounce it very well. He says to avoid a failed state, Nigerian elites must mobilize and enlighten the youth masses to seek a people's constitution that guarantees justice for all. The Lagos-based lawyer Malcolm Omirhobo has asked and answered the most poignant question regarding the fast progression of Nigeria into becoming a totally failed state in recent years. The learned gentleman asked this question because he sees the Nigerian elite core, who constitute the intellectual and economic backbone of society, as too reticent in addressing the complex conundrum in which the country is mired. The aloofness and nonchalance of the elite core enable and facilitate the entrenchment of a corrupt governance order that has, with time, translated into all the woes of today's unitary Nigeria. Omirhobo has no doubt that if nothing is done sooner to remedy the situation, Africa's most populous country should become a failed state. He then asked, who will suffer if Nigeria becomes a failed state? He concludes that the same elite core who prefer to play the proverbial ostrich now by failing to speak out against misgovernance and maladministration of the country should bear the brunt of the existential miseries of living in a failed state. But in a polity that is driven by crass opportunism, greed, and narcissistic instincts, hardly have the time to stop and reflect on anything that can interfere with the ongoing feeding frenzy at the center. The elite core are perceived by society's underdogs as active collaborators, and thus the main beneficiaries of the oppressors ruling over everything at the very top. In a failed state, those who wield power now shall be able to devise the means to protect themselves and their immediate cronies. The elite class, comprising professionals, technocrats, administrators, and the merchant class, is left to its own means after all the institutions of governance collapsed nationwide. Chief Omirhobo spoke plainly as he painstakingly details the travails awaiting the Nigerian elite in a failed state. For the underclass, the writer quipped, he that is low needs fear no fall. He that is low needs fear no fall, or he that is down needs fear no fall. The elite middle class shall experience the most trauma if Nigeria becomes a failed state today. Common sense would compel a critical mass of the country's elite core to become more attentive and proactive on matters pertaining to national governance, in particular, and the political economy. I'll go over that again. Common sense would compel a critical mass of the country's elite core to become more attentive and proactive on matters pertaining to national governance in particular and the political economy in general. But as we already know too well, common sense is not a common commodity, particularly in Nigeria. To read Malcolm Omiroho's article in full, go to the LNC USA website homepage and scroll toward the bottom. This brief was prepared by Dr. Okenwanwosu.
Don't touch the dial.
On the position of the Igbo traditional leaders and the organized religious bodies, the joint body acknowledges the statement by the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Mr. Abubakar Malami, in which he affirmed that the federal government was open to a political solution to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu's case. This statement is in line with the proposal earlier made by this joint body and other well-meaning persons and groups in Nigeria. This body therefore eagerly awaits the concrete steps that would be taken in this regard. Igbo traditional and religious leaders made this statement. Now, this press release advertises a tacit agreement between the rulers in Abuja and the Igbo traditional and organized religious institutions to utilize the ongoing trial of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu and the group he leads as an object for seeking a political solution, unquote, to the gridlock in which unitary Nigeria has found itself. Agreeing to a political solution with a personality and agenda that are nebulous and often controversial is as good as agreeing to nothing when the chips are down. This press release is nonetheless a tacit acceptance that the ongoing trial of the IPOB leader and all the drama associated with it are expected to come to naught unless a political deal can be worked out to negotiate the so-called political solution sooner than later. The Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, has not only identified the political solution as the abrogation of unitary Nigeria, but has also established a practical roadmap for empowering 200 million fellow stakeholders to retake control of their God-given ancestral lands as an inalienable right. Those who currently expect spectacular outcomes out of the ongoing trial of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu have cause to moderate their optimism after reading through this release from the caucus of Igbo traditional and religious leaders. I counsel those who are seriously looking for a political solution out of today's national conundrum to reach out to the NINAS. They should also become part of the ongoing Constitutional Force Majeure, CFM, by helping to mobilize the largely poorly informed masses at the grassroots. The time for playing to the gallery is over at this juncture. Those who are truly interested in terminating Mazen Nnamdi Kanu's incarceration in Abuja should join the NINA's ongoing endeavor to bring about a political solution to the unitary imposition that has crippled a once hopeful Nigeria. The Constitutional Force Majeure CFM bandwagon should deliver us to the long-awaited political solution. This was written by Dr. Okenwanwosu, the head of LNC US.
Dr. Akpara arrives at Umuahia Ibeku, his hometown, for a civic reception in his honor. He's accompanied as usual by his wife, Mrs. Adama Akpara. Mrs. Akpara is a dutiful housewife, humble and unassuming. Prayer before the reception. In the address of welcome, read by the Secretary of the Umuahia community, tribute is paid to Dr. Azikiwe for appointing one of their sons as his worthy successor. A tiger skin and a cow for the premier. Tiger skins are a traditional gift for gallantry. Mrs. Okpara, in her turn, receives a woven native cloth from the women's section. In response, the Premier says that he is the servant of his people, and no servant is greater than his master. On behalf of his wife and himself, he thanks the community for its fine gifts and the kind sentiments expressed in the address of welcome. A Bende traditional war dance. The Bende are a warlike people with a long history of victories over their enemies in days gone by. What joy and comfort for the Premier to be able to turn from official cares and worries to the parents who laid the foundations of his career. The Premier ends his first official tour by attending Students' Day at the Uzwakoli Methodist College, his alma mater. He has a reunion with former colleagues and makes new friends. Eastern Nigeria, side by side with the other members of the Federation, is forging ahead. Its young Premier, Dr. Michael Okpara, pursues a policy based on the philosophy of live and let live and a decent life for all. The people of Eastern Nigeria respond wholeheartedly also to his appeals for agrarian evolution. Farming has become the order of the day in the eastern region, and communities are voluntarily offering land for the farm settlements proposed by Dr. Okpara's government, bringing hope for a better life, not through mere slogans, but through deeds, and building up agriculture as the only solid basis for true development. Like her Premier, Eastern Nigeria is young, progressive, and open to the world.
Opening prayer. O God, our Heavenly Father, God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, O God, who delivered his people Israel from the oppressive stronghold of Egypt, you are great and you are our God. O God, we ask for forgiveness for all the sins we have committed against you and your heavenly hosts. If you do not forgive our wrongdoings, Father, who will? We, your peoples, place before you our weaknesses, our helplessness, our concerns, and our endeavors. Most merciful God, you are the Lord of the oppressed, and we entrust everything we do into your able hands. Heavenly Father, look with pity upon us, your children. We are weighed down by social injustice, political instability, poverty, hunger, unemployment, insecurity, oppression, brutality, and enslavement by seen and unseen, known and unknown forces that seem to overcome us. Father, we place ourselves, our liberation movement, our search for lasting solutions to these numerous problems created for us by known and unknown forces into your mighty hands. We also look upon you for provision of both human and financial resources to carry out this enormous task of our liberation project. Bring your lasting solutions to them so that we may live the life you have created in us as peoples created in your own image and likeness. We also commit our leaders in your hands. Direct all of them and direct all of us as we continue to move forward towards our self-determination. Channel us with your everlasting love to our final destination, which is total freedom from captivity and enslavement that we all seek. We pray in the mighty name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Nina's
Where we came from, where we are, or the road to freedom. Today, we speak of Ninas, but know that the struggle for the restoration of our sovereignty did not start today. As a matter of fact, the struggle started almost as soon as the sovereignty of the ethnic nationalities was stolen by the imposition of the 1999 Constitution, which maintained a unitary government. With the end of the military regime and return to democracy, there was great hope that the country would be returned to what the people had voted for, and that existed prior to the military intervention in 1966. The hope of the country was dashed when, instead of a return to a federal governance structure with multiple self-governing and autonomous government with their own constitutions, the government was kept centralized in a federal government that kept all the power, the asset, and resources of the ethnic nationalities. Making things worse, this so-called constitution was not put to a referendum, and so was not made by the people. Deprive the citizens of their right to benefit contained in Chapter 2, made federal character unenforceable, gave the lion's share of the oil and other assets to the far north through a federal account sharing process that was exclusively weighted to favor the far north and make corruption official. Let me take you back over 2 decades of our journey. It all started when the military regime of General Abdul Salami Abubakar imposed a unitary 1999 constitution, which in turn was a wholesale rival of the 1979 constitution that was also known to be a victory charter for the Nigeria-Biafra War of 1967 to 1970. When it was made public a few weeks after inauguration of General Obasanjo as president, the better half of those in the legal profession gathered itself a conference and, without much ado, recognized the flaws, loopholes, and selfish intentions, then concluded that the Constitution was not legitimate and would not lead Nigeria to any form of advancement. It was important that the mechanism or vehicle to set up a countrywide rejection of this forgery of a constitution was put in place. The journey commenced when, in 2004, the Pro-National Conference Organization, PRONACO, was established to rework the damaged federal constitutional basis of Nigeria. PRONACO being the People's Sovereign National Conference of Ethnic Nationalities in Nigeria, convened in all ethnic nationalities, and quickly mandated its representation to go back to their people and to come up with ratified draft of how they would want to participate in the Union of Nigeria. The conference sat in plenaries across the cities of Lagos, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Jos, and Kano, then returned to Lagos for the final sitting, and in participation, conveners in the likes of Anthony Ehanoro, Wole Soyinka, Chukwu Emeka Odumego Ojukwu, and similar leaders across the territories. This resolution was an agreement derived from the Composite People's Constitution as presented and defended by ethnic nationalities representation in those sequential conferences. And it is important to know that there were observers from the international community, including the US and European Union observers. In August 2006, a delegate from Castina moved the motion for adoption of the draft People's Constitution that emerged from the 29-point resolution of the conference. In furtherance of the PRONACO consensus to restore the federal basis of the Nigerian Union, in 2007, the Movement for a New Nigeria was set up as an enforcement of the consensus at the time to exclude the 12 contiguous northern states that had introduced and embraced the Sharia legal system against the secular basis for Nigeria. The Allies had insisted that democracy and Sharia system could not coexist in the same political space, hence the need for a new vehicle, the Movement for New Nigeria. On the 23rd of May 2007, MMN, through its legal counsel, filed a suit at the Federal High Court Abuja to challenge the legitimacy of the imposed 1999 Constitution, seeking the termination of the entire Constitution. At the court hearings, which had the Attorney General of the Federation representing the federal government, legal representation of the National Assembly, and others admitted the people case, which they could not defend the challenge, but insisted that the plaintiff had no locus standi. In English, the plaintiff had no status at law to bring in the case to challenge the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. Having acknowledged that the restoration of the people's sovereignty did not need the participation or permission of government, the joint multi-regional vehicle instituted the MMN Lagos Declaration 30th of June 2011, by which the Allies partner blocks, the Lower Niger, South-South, and Southeast, the Yoruba land, and the Middle Belt publicly rejected the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution, mandating regional self-determination actions which included referendum and international outrage. In furtherance to the mandate of the MMN Lagos Declaration, the people of the Lower Niger on the 27th of April 2015 held the Solemn Assembly in Port Harcourt City to wholly repudiate the 1999 Constitution. In that assembly, the 1,885 ethno-linguistic map of the Lower Niger was adopted as a geographical basis of federating. The assembly mandated the distillation of character of relationship, as well as asset protection and guarantee scheme to protect the asset of the indigenous people in other blocks of Nigeria. On the mandate for international outrage of the MNN Lagos Declaration, and LNCT visited Capitol Hills, Washington, to make a case for the termination of the operation of Nigeria's 1999 Constitution at the special congressional event on Nigeria in May 2015. The team also made informal consultation for the same matter at the UN headquarters in New York in the same year. 2 years later, still in furtherance to mandate of the MNN Lagos Declaration, the Yoruba indigenous people held the Yoruba Solemn Assembly at Ibadan on the 7th of September 2017. The Assembly publicly repudiated the 1999 Constitution as the basis of the Federation of Nigeria and proclaimed the self-determination right of the Yoruba land to reclaim autonomy of Yoruba land.
Important clarifications today, November 22nd, 2021, regarding campaign platforms. Originally released February 13th, 2021. This public communication dated February 13, 2021 is being reproduced today, November 22nd, 2021, to provide background information on the emergence of the Nigeria Indigenous Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, from a clear, cohesive strategic intervention process that dates back to the 1999 imposition of the current Nigeria Constitution. In summary, post-NADECO 1994-1998 and after the countrywide deep consultations that took over 5 years, the Pro-National Conference Organizations, PRONACO 2005 to 2006, was a sovereign conference initiative involving all the nationalities of Nigeria to restore, upgrade, and reinforce the Aburi Consensus of 1967 as basis of the defunct Federation of Nigeria. The MNN Movement for New Nigeria 2006 through 2017 was the implementation phase of the PRONACO Consensus, excluding the Sharia Caliphate, which is the 12 Sharia states in the Ariwa, which had unilaterally seceded from the Secular Union of Nigeria, beginning with at year 2000 when they started declaring Sharia law in the north.
The 2007 through 2019 legitimacy suits against the fraudulent 1999 constitution was instituted by the arrowheads of Movement for New Nigeria, while mobilization continued to rally the non-Sharia rest of Nigeria, South and Middle Belt, into stepping up to take back their sovereignty, hitherto hijacked and confiscated by the suzerainty of unitary Nigeria erected upon the 1999 Constitution. The MNN Lagos Declaration of June 30, 2011 set the parameters for that recovery. Guided by the imperatives of the relevant international protocols, the regional self-determination processes mandated by the said MNN Lagos Declaration of June 30, 2011 culminated in the regional solemn assemblies of 2015, 2017, and 2018 in Port Harcourt, Ibadan, and Makurdi, covering all the nationalities of the alliance territories. It was the completion of these regional solemn assemblies in 2018 and by the mandates of those regional solemn assemblies that the processes previously being driven by the MNN alliance organizations since 2006 were taken over by the alliance of the various regional people's organizations, since the self-determination they all seek is a people's right. Hence, the transmutation of the MNN organizations alliance into the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, or NINAS, in the last quarter of 2018. This was the February 13, 2021 clarification note on campaign platforms. The Lower Niger Congress, LNC, is a platform aggregating the self-determination initiatives of the pre-1966 Eastern and Midwestern regions, South, South, and Southeast, currently fractured into 11 states. As outlined in the first few paragraphs of the Aladema Epistle of 2012, the LNC has a core that reached out and built an intra-regional alliance within the nationalities of the Lower Niger, then the multi-regional alliance that brought in the Yoruba and Middle Belt, MMN, that latter bettered NINAS, and the international alliance that extended to the policy beltways of Washington, D.C. and New York. The Movement for New Nigeria, MNN, was an alliance of self-determination organizations across the South and Middle Belt, enlightening and mobilizing the people, ethnic nationalities of the South and Middle Belt, being the alliance territory. The Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, is an alliance of the people's indigenous ethnic nationalities of the Southern and Middle Belt, who, in response to the invitation of the self-determination organizations of the alliance territory, stepped forward for the assertion of their self-determination rights of the peoples of the alliance territory, since it is a people's right, as the name shows. MNN was a special purpose vehicle and a decoy to rally those enslaved in Nigeria together to dismantle the apartheid-like 1999 Constitution. That task was substantially completed by the December 16, 2020 Constitutional Force Majeure. It is now safe to inform us that in reality, MNN was actually a movement for New Nigeria, and the strategic decoy objectives of presenting the MNN platform as movement for New Nigeria has been fully achieved, and so shall gradually retire the mention of MNN in our public communications and instead focus the attention of the public to NINAS as the alliance that has emerged from the years of painstaking work to lead the people of the alliance territories into the extrication of their sovereignty that has been hijacked and confiscated by the caliphate proprietors of One Nigeria, who seized the carcass of the defunct Federation of Nigeria to erect the toxic One Nigeria since the 1966 demise of the Federation of Nigeria. The MNN decoy strategy information was shared with all the Biafra agitation groups in confidence, but that trust was heinously breached by Nnamdi Kanu, who instead chose to hoist that movement for New Nigeria name tag before his hoodwinked gullibles as evidence that the LNC was working for, heavily financed by the Fulani, to preserve one Nigeria and frustrate the restoration of Biafra, unquote. Knowing for obvious reasons that the LNC was not going to respond to this falsehood from inside Nigeria. The LNC laser beam onslaught against 1999 Constitution was also deliberately presented by the rogue franchise merchants to their gullibles and the rest of our people as proof that the LNC was only after Constitution amendment. These are some of the deep roots of the heavy debilitations the LNC had to endure and reason why any dealings with the clear-minded criminal called Nnamdi Kanu is ruled out. With the 1999 Constitution distressed, the peoples of Southern and Middle Belt Nigeria, cooperating under the aegis of Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, have stepped in to extricate their sovereignties from the defunct Federation of Nigeria in readiness for fresh protocols within the context of their inalienable right to self-determination. Let us please be guided so we don't confuse the public and inadvertently continue to arm the rogue Biafra franchise with propaganda materials. This was issued by Tony Nadi of the LNC NINAS on February 13th, 2021. Thanks for listening.
Lower Niger Radio is your station for all the amazing topics on history, culture, and self-determination. We discuss ways we can solve our collective problems created for us by seen and unseen, known and unknown elements. We take you from the starting point to your destination. We promote and uphold our cultural, social, and moral values. Tune in today and listen to amazing personalities and be entertained as well. Lower Niger Radio is your voice of liberation for the peoples of Anang, Bini, Eshan, Efik, Ibibio, Ibo, Ishekiri, Ijo, Igede, Kalabari, Ubolo, Ugoja, Uguni, Okrika, Urobo, and others. We bring you messages of hope, truth, and trust. Lower Niger Radio, your voice of liberation from slavery.
What can you say about the recent increase in the electricity tariff?
Electricity tariff? It is appalling. That is the reason why I have been in a companions lacuna.
Wow.
Not a recapitulation. But let me tell you this, that it is Leka and Pongatidos, that in a Lekotla, in an Imbisu, Flakidos, and innovative matters were excogitatedly ruminated. We also eat how the revidistical politicals move from budget disappearance to budget doctoration. Now, we are faced with a debilitating, exasperating, a rebarbating, and a homogeneous electricity tariff. And this tariff is emulating with a financial lobotomization. But I pray that this is not ignite a clamorous demonstration. Now, come to think of it, how dare they deplete the citizens of the ossiferous and vociferous modus vivendi? Enough of this vilification and solecism. This is execrably pugnacious, pestilential, and attenuating. Imagine the imbibition of the political rodomotives, which has kept us in an urgent humiliation. Why? Now, Nigeria is in a political somnambulism and molocution. Nigeria is in a financial and economic dantigism. Look at the way the game politics has become a vocabulary. What a political holy-poly. What a political hoity-toity. What a political foodie-toody. What a political hocus-pocus they have come. What a political jabberwocky. What a political publicon. What a political couple de call.
Sir.
With this concentration, I ask that you accept my pentination circumlocution. Accept my pentination circumabagos, gadulucans, and madulucans. But I will tell you this, I will not koto in their piru. Thank you. I will refuse to koto in their piru. Thank you.
The era of the angry black man is becoming the black responsibility era. It's about looking within to find reasons for being victimized and addressing them. It has become very imperative for the victims of the catastrophic rape, pillage, plunder, and deprivation currently going on in Africa, especially Nigeria, to rise up and take charge of their collective destiny. The stench of death, the evil, thick darkness, and the signs of impending doom looming and lurking around can no longer go unnoticed. What do you do when you are daily exposed to horror, yet you have no voice to express your woes because the perpetrators of your woes have silenced you with the barrels of gun they placed over your head? It is time for the indigenous peoples trapped in British Caliphate colony of Nigeria to lead the initiative to end and correct the evil done to them and their peoples. It's no more acceptable for the beneficiaries of the ongoing abomination to tell us what to do, let alone lead this all-important life-saving conversation. However, there is a way to do it. But how would you know and understand this way? If you refuse to listen to those who initiated this project about 20 years ago, unlike you, remember, they have taken time out to study the pitfalls and landmines on this chosen pathway. So, for safety reasons, everyone cannot direct at this time. How come you like Nina's proposition but hate the messengers? Are you like the proverbial dog who refused to pay attention to the whistle of the guide because he has accepted that getting lost is his fate? You keep asking, why should it be him, her, them? As our enemies approach to swallow us while we have the key to our escape in our hands, bickering like toddlers. How can it be that we're so intelligent, yet our intelligence has refused to work for us? How is it that we are so spiritual and religious, yet our spirituality has refused to work for us? Is it the barber that lacks barbing skills, or is the hair clipper that is not sharp? Or could it be both? Please join Daughters of Truth for a thought-provoking session of their Saturday talk show, Saturday, November 20th, 2021. Here are the times from different time zones around the world. Central, 9:30 a.m. Texas Central Time, 10:30 a.m. New York Eastern Time, 4:30 p.m. local time in Nigeria, 3:30 p.m. London, 8:30 a.m. Mountain Time, and 7:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, PST, which is Vancouver time. You can also check this out on Lower Niger Radio 24/7. It's there. Or YouTube, or even on Facebook. Thanks for listening. Questions from Farouk Berogi's article of today. Revolt of repentant Boko Haram terrorists proves my point. The French news wire, AFP, reported November 18 that hundreds of Nigerian Boko Haram jihadists who are being held in a camp after surrendering to the military rioted on Wednesday to demand the right to slaughter cows for meat in the Gidan Taki outskirts of Maiduguri, Borno State. The terrorist protesters were part of the 18,000 Boko Haram terrorists loyal to Abubakar Shekau, who surrendered to the Nigerian military after Shekau killed himself in a battle with rival terrorist faction, now known as ISWAP, an affiliate of ISIS. A Gidan Taki resident by the name of Osman Bunu told the AFP that they still consider anyone not in their fold as an infidel, those Boko Haram fighters, which is why they want to be allowed to slaughter their cows themselves. On August
1st, 2020, Farouk Merogi wrote a column titled "De-radicalization of terrorists doesn't work," where I warned about what is unfolding now. I have taken the liberty to republish it in the hope that people who make decisions about reintegrating terrorists to the communities they have devastated will pay heed, will pay attention. The de-radicalization, rehabilitation, and reintegration of so-called repentant Boko Haram terrorists have emerged as one of the centerpieces of the Buhari regime's governance, which is not surprising given that Buhari had said in the past that government sanctioned retaliatory aggression against Boko Haram terrorists was an attack on the North. Buhari said it. And he directed that comment back then against Jonathan's government for doubling down against terrorists, Boko Haram and other terrorists operating from the Ariwa section of Nigeria. Every sober observer knows that de-radicalizing, rehabilitating, and reintegrating remorselessly blood-stained mass murderers into the very societies they drowned in oceans of blood, especially without compensating and mollifying the people they displaced, widowed, and orphaned, is a singularly wooden-headed policy. But it helps, nonetheless, to look at evidence from research and from the experimental data of societies that attempted to de-radicalize terrorists. Since Nigeria isn't the only country that grapples with the question of what to do with and to nab terrorists, what can we learn from other countries? The UK has a program that it calls Desistance and Disengagement Program, which works to de-radicalize terrorists. The US state of Minnesota, which has a large number of Somali immigrants and a fair amount of domestic terrorism, has a terrorism disengagement and de-radicalization program designed to jolt terrorists back from the precipice of fatal extremism. So do many countries in Europe and Asia. The data from the UK is mixed, but it nevertheless provides a cautionary tale for Nigeria. For example, 3 past beneficiaries of the country's Desistance and Disengagement Program went on to murder 24 people between 2017 and 2019, just 2 years ago. In the aftermath of their de-radicalization, other countries have similar experiences. De-radicalization of terrorists is not always a failure, of course. According to the Business Insider, between 2001, 2001 and 2012, a period of 11 years, Malaysia put 154 extremists through de-radicalization schemes. Of course, 148 had successfully completed the de-radicalization program and were released without later reoffending. The International Center for the Study of Radicalization and Political Violence, ICSR, wrote in a 2012 paper. However, an emerging consensus is that because terrorists are often animated by a single-minded tunnel vision of society, it's often impossible to be certain that a de-radicalization program can reverse their predilection for violence. A 2019 research by the European Union's Radicalization Awareness Network, for instance, concluded that even after the very best of prevention efforts, some individuals still go on to become violent extremists. The Center for Research and Evidence on Security Threats, CREST, also said there is limited evidence about what supports positive change, which makes it difficult to determine if an intervention's approach is likely to be successful. Similarly, the UK's Christopher Dean, a psychologist who created the radicalization program called the Healthy Identity Intervention, HII, admitted that it is difficult to be certain that a terrorist has been completely de-radicalized. People can get more measured and confident about change and progress that people are making. But I think we have to be very careful about saying someone has totally changed or has been cured. The Independent of the UK quoted him as saying, I don't know how Nigeria's Boko Haram terrorists are being de-radicalized and rehabilitated, and I hope someone will systematically study this, but the result of their work stares us in the face. Many of the so-called de-radicalized and reintegrated Boko Haram terrorists actually only reintegrate to their former terror cells from where they murder soldiers and civilians alike. On July 26, for example, 2021, July 26, a soldier fighting Boko Haram in Borno State sent the following message, social media message, that tugged my heartstrings. Good evening, sir. I'm presently in Monguna in Borno State. I've been wanting to hint you on the recent happenings. During the last two attacks, June and July in Monguna, some of the so-called rehabilitated Boko Haram guys, non-state armed groups, NSAG, joined their former colleagues in attacking the community and ran back to the bush with them. This is to say that the whole rehabilitation narrative is a sham. Aline Dume, who represents Borno South in the Senate, told Channels TV on July 30 that a recently de-radicalized, rehabilitated, and reintegrated Boko Haram terrorist murdered his father, stole his father's cows, and vanished. Some of them that returned to Dambua after 2-3 days, they disappeared, he said. I learned reliably that even in the course of de-radicalization, they said they are not willing to come to live with the infidels. This program really needs to be looked into immediately. I am gathering information on position of my people and even go legal. Ndume's observation has support in research. A German researcher by the name of Daniel Kuela, who studied German neo-Nazis and terrorists inspired by religion, found that the solitary problem of these individuals is always that there's a global conspiracy against their race or religion. The solitary solution to such persecution is violence, with the goal of placing themselves and their group in control of a revamped society. They are not persuaded by moral or theological arguments, he said. He makes the case for the careful reintroduction of problems and solutions into a radicalized person's life so that they can no longer devote all their mental energy to stewing over their paranoia. I doubt that the people who are tasked with the responsibility to de-radicalize Boko Haram terrorists in Nigeria, if there are any, that is, have the intellectual resources to do what the German researcher suggested. How did the Boko Haram de-radicalizers determine that the de-radicalized Boko Haram terrorists have repented and are ready to be unleashed to the societies they terrorized before their capture? Since even people who research the de-radicalization of terrorists say no one can be certain that de-radicalized terrorists won't relapse to their old ways. Plus, people in the communities that the Nigerian government is reintegrating Boko Haram terrorists to don't want these washed up terrorists in their midst. Don't the people's opinion and preferences matter? Of course, Nigeria doesn't consider them. They can do whatever. The government can do anything and be right. Government that never goes wrong. Government that never apologizes to the people. The cable of July 24, 2021 reported Borno residents to have told government to integrate the terrorists back to Government House or Asha instead of their communities. What a great community people. There is more to this story. To read more on this, you can Google Revolt of Repentant Boko Haram Terrorists Proves My Point by Farouk Berogi. The solution is only when we, overcome our individual limitations and embrace what is already offered to us free of charge. And that is NINAS, self-determination. It will fix a lot of things with regards to Nigeria. The terrorism, the terrorist attacks, the insecurity, the mismanagement and misleadership of the country. All these things, referendum vote would sort it out. Multi-regional referendum in the Middle Belt, Lower Niger Territory, and Yoruba land. That's the sure solution to it. Otherwise, all these other problems will continue unabated.
Good morning again, President Joe Biden. That's my president. President Joe Biden. Nigerian people is calling for referendum. Welcome to New York, President Joe Biden. United Nations, that's President Joe Biden. Show his video. That's President Joe Biden. Nigerian people is calling for referendum. President Joe Biden, we want referendum in Nigeria. Nigeria is about to snap. President Joe Biden convoy. Nigeria is about to snap. Do not allow Nigeria to snap, okay? We want referendum in Nigeria. President Joe Biden, Buhari is a terrorist. Buhari is a terrorist. We want 1999 Constitution to come down. 1999 Constitution is nepotic in nature. Buhari is a terrorist commander. Nigeria occupies the third position on global terrorist index presently. After Afghanistan, after Iraq, Nigeria is next. Please do not let Nigeria snap. President Joe Biden, the world leaders, New York, all the world leaders, we're calling upon you. Nigeria, we want referendum. United Nations, we need you to send peacekeeping forces to Nigeria. Nigeria is about to snap. Nigeria has over 210 million population. The world will not be able to contain the refugee that is going to spill out of Nigeria. Nigeria is about to snap. Nigeria is about to snap. Nigeria is about to go to civil war. Nigeria is about to snap. We're calling on the good people of the world. We're calling on the world leader. The Buhari of Nigeria is a terrorist commander. Nigeria is the third position on global terrorism index. Thank you to United States of America security and law enforcement. People, NYPD, officers of New York, for keeping United States of America safe, for keeping New York safe. We thank you, we like you, we love you. We say God bless you and your family. Please continue to keep America safe. I wish I could say the same of my motherland, Nigeria. I am originally from Nigeria, born and bred in Nigeria, and a naturalized America. I wish Nigeria is as safe as America, but no thanks to Buhari. Buhari is a terrorist. He's a terrorist. He's the patron of three major terrorists in the world, be it the Taliban, the Yetiala, as well as Boko Haram in Nigeria. Terrorizing, oppressing, victimizing, and terrorizing the people of the South. Where are those pictures? Let me show people this picture. These are human beings. Where is the picture that shows the head of human beings? These are really.
People in Benue State are getting attacked, beheaded, their homes and their farms destroyed under the watch of Major General Muhammadu Buhari, who came as a Fulani champion to dominate Nigeria, to subdue Nigerian indigenous nationalities, to become slaves to the Fulani, in fulfillment of Ahmad Bello's statement on October 12th, 1960, barely 10 days after Nigeria gained independence, that the new country will be their grandfather's estate, Ottoman Danfodio. Ahmad Bello said this. So Muhammadu Buhari is carrying out that mission in the year 2021. When he speaks to Southerners, he speaks with a lot of venom. He sent soldiers to kill Shiites in southern Kaduna and Abuja on several occasions. They were buried in mass graves. Under his watch, Boko Haram has gained more space in Nigeria, outside of Borno State. Boko Haram has gained more local governments. Under his watch, senior military officers are getting killed by Boko Haram and other terrorist groups, even inside the Nigerian Defense Academy in Kaduna. Under Buhari's watch and SARS, citizens protesting the killing of fellow citizens by Nigeria's own police. I mean, Nigeria's police and military, they are worse than the colonial enforcers as well as the slave dealers. Nigeria represents far worse than the slavery era. They killed NSAS protesters, removed their body, 96 of them, according to the report by the Judicial Commission of Inquiry set up by the Lagos state government. They killed them, removed their bodies, and the next day they came with water tankers to wash away their blood in order to conceal evidence. Lai Mohammed is still Minister of Information, Minister of Misinformation and Lies and Deceptions in Nigeria as we speak. He hasn't resigned yet. Issa Pantami, that has been fingered as a terrorist sympathizer, is still in the government of Nigeria. Muhammad Buhari's government gave out over $100 million to Fulani herdsmen owners, Mieti Allah, to keep on fighting and killing people and taking over their land, replacing communities. An active genocide that happened in Rwanda is repeating in Nigeria in the year 2021. It's been ongoing and continuing, yet the world is keeping quiet. That's amazing. That's very, very unfortunate. For International Religious Freedom, USCIRF, finds it unexplainable that the U.S. Department of State did not redesignate Nigeria as a country of particular concern, CPC, and treated it as a country with no severe religious freedom violations. This is contrary to what is going on in Nigeria as we speak. Fulani terrorists that are being powered by the government are still going across state lines to kill and replace communities. USCIRF is disappointed that the State Department did not adopt our recommendations in designating the countries that are the worst violators of religious freedom, said USCIRF Chair Nadine Mienza. While the State Department took steps forward on some designations, USCIRF is especially disappointed with the removal of Nigeria from its country of particular concern designation, where it was rightfully placed last year, as well as the omission of India, Syria, and Vietnam. We urge the State Department to reconsider its designations based on facts presented in its own reporting. Pursuant to International Religious Freedom Act, IRFA, the countries the State Department designated as CPC, country of particular concerns, are Burma, China, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, that is North Korea, Eritrea, Iran, Pakistan, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan. All besides Russia previously had been designated USCIRF. Okay, all besides Russia previously had been designated. USCIRF recommended CPC, country of particular concern designation for all 10 in its 2021 annual report, and also recommended that India, Nigeria, Syria, and Vietnam be designated as CPCs, country of particular concerns. This is done annually. It is reviewed every year. The State Department placed on its special watch list SWL, Algeria, Comoros, Cuba, and Nicaragua. USCIRF recommended in its 2017 annual report that Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, Egypt, Indonesia, Iraq, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, Turkey, and Uzbekistan also be placed on the special watch list. USCIRF recently released a fact sheet reiterating its country of particular concern and country of special watch list recommendations, which explains the religious freedom violations in these countries, supporting USCIRF's recommendations. While USCIRF is concerned about the lack of designation for countries, USCIRF recommended Russia's designation for the first time as a CPC for engaging in systematic, ongoing, and egregious violations of religious freedom is welcome. USCIRF has proposed this action since 2017. For years, USCIRF has raised the alarm regarding the Russian government purge of non-traditional religions and religious freedom repression, said USCIRF Vice Chair Nuri Tokel. USCIRF also applauds the inclusion of Algeria in the State Department's special watch list designations this year, which USCIRF has recommended since 2020 due to continued enforcement of blasphemy laws and restrictions on houses of worship for minority religious communities. USCIRF also welcomed the State Department's designations of 9 entities of particular concern, EPC, entities of particular concerns, which are non-state actors that engage in systematic, ongoing, and egregious violations of religious freedom pursuant to IRFA. USCIRF recommended the designation of 7 of these actors, including Al-Shabaab that operates in East Africa, including Somalia, Ethiopia, that axis, Boko Haram of Nigeria, the Houthis in Yemen, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, HTS, Islamic State in the Greater Sahara, which might probably include ISWAP, a branch of ISIS, Jamaat Nasser al-Islam wal Muslimin, which is JNIM, and the Taliban in its 2021 annual report.
Fulani Empire, Muslim theocracy of the Western Sudan that flourished in the 19th century. The Fulani, a people of obscure origins, expanded eastward from Fouta Toro in Lower Senegal in the 14th century. By the 16th century they had established themselves at Makina, upstream from the Niger Bend, and were proceeding eastward into Hausaland. Some settled in the 19th century at Adamawa, in the northern Cameroons. Many of the Fulani continued to pursue a pastoral life. Some, however, particularly in Hausaland, gave up their nomadic pursuits, settled into existing urban communities, and were converted to Islam. In the 1790s a Fulani divine, Usman Dan Fodio, 1754–1817, who lived in the northern Hausa state of Gabar, northeast of Sokoto, quarreled with its rulers. Accusing the Hausa kings of being little more than pagans, he encouraged the Hausa people to revolt. Joined both by Hausa commoners and by Fulani pastoralists alike, the jihad, or holy war, swept through Hausaland and, repulsed only by the Eastern Empire of Kanem Bornu, engulfed Adamawa, Nupe, and Yorubaland to the south. After the invasion by the Fulani of the northern provinces of the Oyo, the Emirate of Ilorin to the northeast became the base from which Islam was to spread among the Yoruba. Usman, who was more a scholar than a statesman, ceded the practical direction of the eastern part of the empire to his son Muhammad Bello, who settled in Sokoto, and the western, with its capital at Gwanju, to his brother Abdullahi. All three continued the Fulani denunciation of Bornu. The empire reached its zenith under Muhammad Bello, who, like Usman, administered it according to the principles of Muslim law. The decay of this system was to aid the establishment in the late 19th century of British rule over what was later to be known as northern Nigeria.
Self-determination is the answer for Nigeria. Are you angry about the jihadist genocide in the Middle Belt killing Christians for land grab? Are you angry that Fulani herdsmen are trespassing onto your farms, killing, stealing, and destroying? Are you angry that you are a citizen of a country that is now the third most, should be second, most terrorized in the world, with Boko Haram, ISIS, Fulani herdsmen, terrorists, and Al-Qaeda all operating from the same zone? Are you angry that you carry the passport of a failed country? Then you should join those seeking self-determination for ethnic nationalities. With self-determination, each ethnic nationality has the power to decide how we want to live and control our future, including resources. Self-determination is our self-defense. Join ninasvoice.org, ninasvoice.org. There's a lot riding on this.
Ninas, where we came from, where we are, on the road to freedom. Today, we speak of Ninas, but know that the struggle for the restoration of our sovereignty did not start today. As a matter of fact, the struggle started almost as soon as the sovereignty of the ethnic nationalities was stolen by the imposition of the 1999 Constitution, which maintained a unitary government. With the end of the military regime and return to democracy, there was great hope that the country would be returned to what the people had voted for, and that existed prior to the military intervention in 1966. The hope of the country was dashed when, instead of a return to a federal governance structure with multiple self-governing and autonomous government with their own constitutions, the government was kept centralized in a federal government that kept all the power, the asset, and resources of the ethnic nationalities. Making things worse, this so-called constitution was not put to a referendum, and so was not made by the people. Deprive the citizens of their right to benefit contained in Chapter 2, made federal character unenforceable, gave the lion's share of the oil and other assets to the far north through a federal account sharing process that was exclusively weighted to favor the far north and make corruption official. Let me take you back over 2 decades of our journey. It all started when the military regime of General Abdusalami Abubakar imposed a unitary 1999 constitution, which in turn was a wholesale rival of the 1979 constitution that was also known to be a victory charter for the Nigeria-Biafra War of 1967 to 1970. When it was made public a few weeks after the inauguration of General Obasanjo as president, the better half of those in the legal profession gathered at several conferences and, without much ado, recognized the flaws, loopholes, and selfish intentions, then concluded that the Constitution was not legitimate and would not lead Nigeria to any form of advancement. It was important that the mechanism or vehicle to set up a countrywide rejection of this forgery of a constitution was put in place. The journey commenced when, in 2004, the Pro-National Conference Organization, PRONACO, was established to rework the damaged federal constitutional basis of Nigeria. PRONACO being the People's Sovereign National Conference of Ethnic Nationalities in Nigeria, conveying in all ethnic nationalities, and quickly mandated its representation to go back to their people and to come up with ratified draft of how they would want to participate in the Union of Nigeria. The conference sat in plenaries across the cities of Lagos, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Jos, and Kano, then returned to Lagos for the final sitting, and in participation, conveners in the likes of Anthony Ehanuro, Wole Soyinka, Chukwu Emeka Odumego Chukwu, and similar leaders across the territories. This resolution was an agreement derived from the Composite People's Constitution as presented and defended by ethnic nationalities representation in those sequential conference. And it is important to know that there were observers from the international community, including the US and European Union observers. In August 2006, a delegate from Castina moved the motion for adoption of the draft People's Constitution that emerged from the 29-point resolution of the conference. In furtherance of the Chronicle Consensus to restore the federal basis of the Nigerian Union, in 2007, the Movement for a New Nigeria was set up as an enforcement of the consensus at the time to exclude the 12 contiguous northern states that had introduced and embraced the Sharia legal system against the secular basis for Nigeria. The Allies had insisted that democracy and Sharia system could not coexist in the same political space, hence the need for a new vehicle, the Movement for New Nigeria. On the 23rd of May 2007, MMN, through its legal counsel, filed a suit at the Federal High Court Abuja to challenge the legitimacy of the imposed 1999 Constitution, seeking the termination of the entire Constitution. At the court hearings, which had the Attorney General of the Federation representing the federal government, legal representation of the National Assembly, and others, admitted the people case which they could not defend the challenge, but insisted that the plaintiff had no locus standi. In English, the plaintiff had no status at law to bring in the case to challenge the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. Having acknowledged that the restoration of the people's sovereignty did not need the participation or permission of government, the Joint Multi-Regional Vehicle instituted the MMN Lagos Declaration 30th of June 2011, by which the Allies partner blocks of the Lower Niger, South-South, and Southeast, the Yoruba land, and the Middle Belt publicly rejected the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution, mandating regional self-determination actions which included referendum and international outrage. In furtherance to the mandate of the MMN Lagos Declaration, the people of the Lower Niger on the 27th of April 2015 held the Solemn Assembly in Port Harcourt City to wholly repudiate the 1999 Constitution. In that assembly, the 1,885 ethno-linguistic map of the Lower Niger was adopted as a geographical basis of federating. The assembly mandated the distillation of character of relationship, as well as asset protection and guarantee scheme to protect the asset of the indigenous people in other blocks of Nigeria. On the mandate for international outrage of the MNN Lagos Declaration, and LNCT visited Capitol Hills, Washington, to make a case for the termination of the operation of Nigeria's 1999 Constitution at the special congressional event on Nigeria in May 2015. The team also made informal consultation for the same matter at the UN headquarters in New York in the same year. 2 years later, still in furtherance to mandate of the MNN Lagos Declaration, the Yoruba indigenous people held the Yoruba Solemn Assembly at Ibadan on the 7th of September 2017. The assembly publicly repudiated the 1999 Constitution as the basis of the Federation of Nigeria and proclaimed the self-determination right of the Yoruba land to reclaim autonomy of Yoruba land.
Nice idea, but it won't help. It'll just formalize the reality that poor countries can never repay their loans.
Senator, are you saying that you're opposed to debt relief for impoverished countries?
No, we should forgive the debts, but that's not going to help those countries very much.
Okay. What will?
Tax cuts. Some African tax rates are the highest in the world. In Tanzania, the 30% rate kicks in at $475 of income. Plus, they have a 20% value-added tax. It gets added to everything you buy. Those high tax rates make it impossible to build capital in those countries. So nothing gets built, not factories, not roads, not anything. Poor African countries have the lowest wage workers in the world. And yet a company like Nike, for instance, can't put a factory in one of those countries because of the oppressive tax rates. Taxes have killed any possibility of economic development. They've killed any hope of these countries ever helping themselves. And that leaves them completely at the mercy of charity and loans. And here's the worst part. You know why those countries have such high tax rates? Because of us. To show us that they can raise enough money to pay back their loans. But taxes can't raise any money if they kill the economies. So it turns out that the tragic, unintended consequence of our good intentions toward Africa, our kindness, is that we have encouraged those countries to lock themselves into a gruesome economic depression. If we don't...
You see the dilemma of African countries. We borrow and continue to borrow to service the interest. Beggar nations. That's what Africa has been reduced to. And that's why China is taking over, gradually and steadily.
Urge those countries to cut their tax rates, they will never grow their economies. People will live lifetimes of unemployment. Disease will be rampant. Poverty will be permanent. And children will be hungry. And our charity will never be enough. Never.
Those that were shot at Lekki 2 Plaza in Lagos last year, October 20th, were hungry for justice, hungry for security, hungry for peace, hungry for development, and hungry for normalcy, hungry for a normal country. They got shot, and their blood was washed away by way of cover-up by Major General Muhammadu Buhari's government. How could that satisfy the aspirations of the people to be free in their own country?
Let the worry me, let you give me joy. We don't see where they
Budgets are bloated up to cater to the needs of the president and his vice and other ministers. I mean, corruption got taken to the next level by those who came to fight corruption. All tied to the 1999 Constitution. Everything that is happening to Nigerians is tied to the slave document known as the military-imposed 1999 Constitution. It has no progress attached to it. It's only destruction and ruination of the country. The Fulani intention in Nigeria is to permanently take over the entire political space. Using the combination of brute force and guile, the caliphate strategy is to maintain tight control of political power via the imposed constitution, that the key economic assets and levers of power are confiscated. The same constitutional impositions guarantee exclusive control of military power and all firearms, and those are used to facilitate the terror against ethnic nationalities by the government and the terrorists. The North do not mean well for Nigeria. Minas Alliance repudiates everything about the 1999 Constitution. In the face of the Alliance defeat of the Caliphate title deed, which is the Constitution of 99, they already in the rest of Nigeria to another round of elections in 2021 under the repudiated 1999 Constitution is the only viable strategy left in the hands of the Caliphate now. It's up to us to defeat them and make sure that they never rise up again. The alliance mechanism is to tackle the North. The alliance mechanism is exploiting the aforesaid delegitimization of the 1999 Constitution. Let us win the war peacefully. Stop the march towards elections of 2023. All political parties must shut down now if they are really for the people and not for themselves.
to go. I love my fatherland. Oh yeah. I want to know. Yes, I want to know which way Nigeria is heading to.
Constitutional force majeure. Make I talk am again. Constitutional force majeure. Oh yeah, hear am again. Oh. Constitutional force majeure. That's not the new reigning motto where they don't come out for the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. NINAS. Constitutional force majeure. Now waiting we go take forward march to freedom all the ethnic nationality them where they don't throw away inside cage for this dungeon where they call Nigeria. If you never know us before, now we be the people of Middle Belt and South. We don't join hands together to formulate the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. NINAS. Listen to this one. On 16 December 2020, now we don't declare a constitutional force majeure on the fraudulent Nigeria Lai 1999 constitution. Now the Yeye Fulani ethnic minority carry this sufferness throw away for the head of the people who get the land in the first place since 1999. Chai! As they don't condemn that 1999 Wayo constitution, NINAS don't direct the Nigeria government to gather a national roundtable meeting. Look, we for talk the kind style where we go take sit down for inside our region, on top country where we dey sleep for only one eye. This now waiting that big grammar. Constitutional force majeure go do suffering and smiling. It don't do. Nigeria people don't suffer rich. Waiting we never see. Nigerian people don't chop fear from out. All the land of the South and Middle Belt don't turn to river of blood. Waiting all because of this evil Nigeria 1999 lie constitution. Hey, I beg, true to God, they don't push us reach the wall. Nowhere to go again. Enough is enough. So therefore, everybody, make una come. Make we join hand now with NINAS. Make we for support the constitutional force majeure to free ourselves from the Fulani British captivity so that we go forward march into a free nation where your security and development is guaranteed.
I love my fatherland. Oh yeah. I want to know. Yes, I want to know which way Nigeria is heading to.
Now the Voice of Liberty International bring on this story.
Say no to 1999 Constitution. Say yes to ethnic self-determination. We have a right to fight for our freedom. We must arise and save our nation. You want good road, you sign the petition. Better walk, sign the petition. Clean water and light, sign the petition. Security, sign the petition. Healthcare, sign the petition. Better schools, sign the petition. Housing project, sign the petition. Hope for the future, sign the petition. My people, we never tire for these leaders with the oppress us every day. We need to free ourselves before water passing. Waiting we need now to come out to this year 1999 constitution. We don't have everything finished. We need to make another new one by a referendum. We will make region control their resources. My people, no, they waste time, yo. As you they hear this message, run now, go to www.ninasfxn.org. Make you sign that petition today. No, they waste time, mo. The time for change is now.
Lower Niger Radio is your station for all the amazing topics on history, culture, and self-determination. We discuss ways we can solve our collective problems created for us by seen and unseen, known and unknown elements. We take you from the starting point to your destination. We promote and uphold our cultural, social, and moral values. Tune in today and listen to amazing personalities and be entertained as well. Lower Niger Radio is your voice of liberation for the peoples of Anang, Bini, Eshan, Efik, Ibibio, Ibo, Ishekiri, Icho, Igede, Kalabari, Ubolo, Ugoja, Ugoni, Okrika, Urobo, and others. We bring you messages of hope, truth, and trust. Lower Niger Radio, your voice of liberation from slavery.
The hashtag NSAS report finally here. A lot of people, even though it's not been officially released, says it brings closure and a step towards healing for some of the victims.
Well,
So many things have happened in this country that you don't know exactly where to begin to have an analysis when it does appear that the government actively encourages the killing of its citizens. When the Constitution of Nigeria says the primary purpose of government is to protect life and property. And I was waiting since 2-3 days to hear one fellow who answers Garba Shehu Garba, who is a principal, is a senior advocate, always defending herdsmen and anybody who kills people in Benue and Plateau. And I haven't heard anything that Nigerian citizens were killed. Federal government hasn't said anything. A Supreme Court judge was almost kidnapped and attempted an attempt on her life. The federal government hasn't said anything. The Attorney General is there wishing in and wishing down what he probably supposes. So, things are getting so confused that the only way to put it is that someday everybody will sit down to a banquet to face the consequences of his or her actions. That is the only preview that no matter what it is, you must sit down at a banquet, either at God's judgment or even here on earth, to be able to answer the responsibility entrusted upon you by people, and you fail them. Because you are guilty of the good you never did, or you failed, deliberately not to do. So, and there are so many examples of them in this country that NSAS is another, obvious thing. But thank God, with the courage of the judge and of Lagos State government, everybody knows, it's an APC top government. Yes. A performing government of APC too. Not just that it's an APC, it's a performing government of the situation notwithstanding. And they had the courage to face it. That shows you again, there are two governments. Somebody is running this government.
How do you think the government at the center, the APC at the center, will perceive the Lagos State government and the way? Because one would have expected, going by the way things are done in Nigeria, the pressure would have been mounted on by the Lagos State government on the panel, not to come out with this kind of report, which they came out with.
Well, it is obvious, if you hadn't been back when I was here last, I did say that two people are running the government of Nigeria. It is now very clear. Malami, the Attorney General, and Lai Mohammed, the Minister of Information. Because repeatedly, Malami had done things that in a normal situation, he should be in jail. The president of this country nominated Mago as chairman of EFCC, and Malami wrote a letter to the National Assembly that he was corrupt. The president resubmitted the name again, and he wrote the same letter again. He's still the Attorney General of the Federation and the senior legal law officer and advisor to the president of Nigeria. And look at what has happened with the $480 million. Where do you begin? His office was supposed to be involved in the attempted kidnap of Justice Mary Odili. Allegedly. Well, whether you call it allegedly or not,
because he has denied.
Who in this country, people deny something. The people who were caught, are they from the moon? What has the federal government done to ascertain who came to that judge, the magistrate, who gave the magistrate instruction? Somebody must have given him an instruction to do what he did. Nobody is interested in those things. So if Mary Odili had died, this is the story we'll be telling this country, one of the finest in this country. If those hooligans had done something, we're all sitting there and say, oh, that's the way God wanted her to go. That's the typical Nigerian attitude. So I don't think president is in charge. There are people doing his dirty job for him, and I think he's comfortable with it. Not unfortunately.
Would you call it dirty job, or would you say he is excluded from the main conversations of governance? Because again, you are only as good as what your team tells you.
Well, I don't know how else do you describe what Malami is doing if not a dirty job? Because it is convenient. They call it defense of the presidency, but is that defense of the presidency? What Shehu Garba is doing, is that defense of the presidency? When you remove truth from facts. There's somebody I told that the best form of revenge is not to be like the one who committed the offense in the first place. Because time reveals every secret. If you take time, the truth will be coming out. I don't know how he's going to end up, but it is unfortunate that this is for Nigeria. But tell me how these citizens of this country can be patriotic with things like this, killing young boys and girls, students of higher institutions by their own government, because they are demonstrating for what? police brutality that we would have expected government to be interested in. At least have a national inquiry. Let there be scapegoats, scapegoats, authentic scapegoats, not made-up scapegoats,
Yes, I was going to
that
say
you
that.
could use as an example to show that you are protecting your sons and daughters. And everybody has a right to demonstrate. In fact, I used to tell somebody that demonstration, protest, is a catalyst for dialogue. Once you protest, somebody must pay attention. And in paying attention, you invite the person to discuss. It also follows what is happening in the Southeast. How can a young boy who was not born during the Civil War, imprisoned, languishing there, and Igbos religiously? In fact, somebody was telling me, a good friend of mine, was telling me that we should stop going to the church on Sunday, used to work, and then go to church on Monday, because the compliance Igbos have for Monday now is total. Nobody is interested. They tell you to hell with the money they will make on that day, just to make a point. Whether that point they're making is positive or negative, they're not interested.
But people like Adam Baka has come out to refute that and say that it is causing more problems for the Southeast.
I don't listen to anything Adam Baka says. Since he started selling Chimaroke will die, that person will die. That is not the job of a priest. It's a fake priest for me. No person who is a child of God, not to talk of a priest, will say that somebody will die. That's not what the Bible tells us. So since that incident, Shimaroke is still in the Senate. He has not died. So why should I take him serious? He says anything he likes, and there are people who are deceived. They call it adoration. I don't waste my time talking about such people. Absolutely not.
All right, Chief Dano, lastly, let's talk about Anambra governorship election. We had a number of discussions before that election, counting down to that election. It's now come and gone. You had some predictions about that election. You're thinking about that election as well. Are you satisfied with the outcome?
Satisfied would be an understatement. Because on two different occasions, twice here and one on Chinese television, I said, how do you begin to look at? Not because he attended my university, which is about the best in the country, I must unapologetically say.
Modestly so.
The best and the first.
Then.
Still best.
Then.
Still. So, and when you look at his pedigree, where he's coming from, it is difficult. Apart from the candidate of PDP and that of the ZZ Labour Party, brilliant guys, and I said it on TV that they're brilliant, and each of them, I told them their shortcomings, why they will not make it. It's difficult to see how you place in a civilized community a former advisor to the government, consultant to World Bank, governor of Central Bank, who stabilized the banking industry. People, we have short memories or convenient amnesia in this country, that there were times banks collapsed in this country. And those who were governors of Central Bank, they're still existing. People lost everything. I bought shares of more than 30 million naira in a bank, Oceanic Bank or something. It collapsed. I lost it up to today. I had 1.5 million shares. It came down to 50,000. I mean, what do you call it? But this young man came in, stabilized the banking industry. How many years now? Nobody's afraid to put his money in the bank. Isn't that a credit? That you believe that somebody like that will, do his excellent best, because he's he's a first-class student. And you don't expect anything less, So when you put him, comparatively looking at my brother, the APC candidate.
Smile through the new year with a healthy, bright smile.
What can you say about the recent increase in the electricity tariff?
Electricity tariff, it is appalling. That is the reason why I have been in a compadres lacuna.
Wow.
Not a recapitulation, but let me tell you this, that it is Leka and Pongwatidos, that in a Lekotla, in an Imbisu, Flakidos, and innovative matters were excogitatedly ruminated. We also eat how the revidistical politicals move from budget disappearance to budget doctoration. Now, we are faced with a duplicating, exasperating, a reverberating, and a homogeneous electricity tariff. And this tariff is imitating with a financial lobotomization. But I pray that this is not ignite a clamorous demonstration. Now, come to think of it, how dare they deplete the citizens of the ossiferous and vociferous modus vivendi? Enough of this vilification and solecism. This is execrably pugnacious, pestilential, and attenuating. Imagine the imbibition of the political rodomotives, which has kept us in an urgent revolution. Why? Now, Nigeria is in a political somnambulism and molocution. Nigeria is in a financial and economic dantigism. Look at the way the game politics has become a vocabulary. What a political holy-poly. What a political hoity-toity. What a political foodie-toody. What a political hocus-pocus they have come. What a political jabberwocky. What a political publicon. What a political couple de corps. Sir, with this concentration, I ask that you accept my pentination circumlocution. Accept my pentination circumabagos, guadalucans, and madilucans. But I will tell you this, I will not koto in their pivo. Thank you. I refuse to koto in their pivo. Thank you.
Waging an insurgency to try to overthrow the government and rid the country of Christians. Now human rights groups are asking the White House to stop the carnage. After losing ground in Syria and Iraq, the top general of U.S. Special Operations Command in Africa is warning that Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and other Islamic terror groups are now trying to take over parts of the continent's most populous nation. Major General Dagvin Anderson says Muslim terrorists have set their sights on Nigeria's southern and northwestern regions, and the U.S. is now sharing specific intelligence with the country.
So this intelligence sharing is absolutely vital, and we stay fully engaged with the government of Nigeria to provide them an understanding of what these terrorists are doing.
Their goal? Eventually turn Nigeria into a Muslim country and force Christians who make up half the country's population to either leave or convert.
Christians are in the eye of the target, and they're coming after them.
And the numbers are staggering. August 6th, Muslims stormed 4 remote Christian villages in Kaduna State, killing 22 villagers. July 24th, 21 dead, scores injured, and several Christian homes destroyed by militants. July 19th, 19 people killed when assailants armed with guns and machetes attacked a wedding reception. And the list goes on. Leading human rights groups say what's going on in Nigeria is a genocide.
If you look at what's happened on the last 20 years, George, it's just massive number of attacks against Christians. Look, 50 to 70,000 have been murdered.
For years, the main terror group was Boko Haram, which seeks to overthrow the government here and create an Islamic state.
They go after Christians and moderate Muslims. They push a hardline Muslim agenda. It is their intention to establish a caliphate and to just rid all of Nigeria and West Africa of any Western influence whatsoever.
Now, there's a new actor on the scene. In Nigeria's so-called Middle Belt region, where the Muslim North meets the Christian South, a terror group made up of Muslim Fulani herders are killing thousands of Christians. More than 1,400 Christians were hacked to death in just the first 7 months of 2020 by Fulani herders.
Unfortunately, the secular media are quite often biased and